Working. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's Planning Committee of the 26th of August 2026. The first item on the agenda, apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Filmer?
Fern. Thank you, Chair. I'm subbing for Councillor Golding.
Thank you. Councillor Joy?
I'm subbing for Councillor Etheridge.
Thank you. Any more apologies? No. Okay.
Councillor Croser.
Sorry, Chair. Standing for Councillor Michael Pearce.
Right, thank you. So item 2 on the agenda, record of the meeting. I'll just go over to Service Manager Peter Hockney.
Thank you, Chair. Members will see on the supplementary that there's 2 points of clarification on 2 of the minutes, which are to be agreed as part of members' deliberation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the record of the meeting held on 29th of July, along with the clarification in the supplementary agenda, agreed? Thank you. So item 3 on the agenda. I can confirm that there are no late items which do not appear on the main agenda. Do any members, item 4, do any members have any disclosable pecuniary interests or other significant interests? No. Okay. So before moving on to the main part of the agenda, is it agreed by members that Councillor Mrs Turpin speaks as ward member on agenda item 5, Councillor Nestorova on agenda item 6, Councillor MacDonald agenda item 8, Councillor Luella Prenter agenda item 9 and 10, Councillor Campbell on agenda item 11 and Councillor Williams for agenda item 13. Is that agreed by members? So I'll now go over to Peter Hockney, Service Manager, with regards to the updated MPPF.
Thank you, Chair. Members will see on the supplementary and will have known through the planning press and the arrangement of forthcoming training event on the new MPPF that it was published on the 17th of August. So that was post publication of the reports for the agenda. So there is a list of new policies in the 2026 version and essentially what they replace from the 2024 version. So members have had that and are able to consider those new policies and give due consideration to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now we go on to the main part of the agenda, agenda item 5, the planning application for land at Buckland Road and Higham Road, Cliff. I'll now go over to Consultant Martin from M-Plan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Peter. My name is Martin Carpenter, and I'm a planning consultant, a director of N-Plan. To my right is a principal planner in the firm, Paul Joyce. Paul has assessed the application at Cliff and has written the committee report that's before you tonight. So I'm going to hand over to Paul, who's going to do the presentation, and then if there are questions that need to be answered together, we can do that later. I just want to make that clear that Paul has assessed this application. So yeah, over to you, Paul.
Okay, so application MC/26/0194, land to the left of the Eternal Lake Nature Reserve, south of Higham Road, east of Buckland Road, Cliff. A bit of a mouthful of site address, but the description of development. You'll see the site location, the southwest of Cliff Village. The application seeks outline planning permission. Some matters reserved for the construction of up to 100 residential dwellings, including affordable housing, provision of vehicular, pedestrian and cycle access from Higham Road, public open spaces, sustainable urban drainage systems, landscaping, infrastructure and earthworks. The detailed matter is access from, and that is from Higham Road. Again, a Clearer version of the site location plan submitted with the application. The red line denotes the application site. The blue line below is a further agricultural field, also in the ownership of the landowner. As you can see, the site sits to the southwest extreme of the village of Cliff. The Google Earth image here shows Cliff as a quite characteristic linear form. The development site, again highlighted in red, immediately adjacent to the Eternal Lakes Nature Reserve. Former quarries, now flooded, home to specified bird species, and which forms part of South Thames Estuary and Mars's SSSI, SPA and Ramsar site. You'll see the characteristic setting of Cliff being agricultural fields, of which the application site is one. Photographs of Higham Road follow. The photo to the left is taken about 50 metres east of the proposed site access. Note the presence of on-street parking to the south side of Higham Road. The photo to the right is taken from approximately the proposed site access location, looking along the narrow country road that is Higham Road. It also shows the established hedgerow that forms the northern boundary of the application site. Following photos are from within the site at the southern end. That to the left shows the western boundary of the site being a shelter belt of trees. Within the site and immediately beyond those trees is the Eternal Lake Nature Reserve. Within the site itself, you've got uniform rows of pear trees managed for maximum fruit production, so quite low to the ground. On the right-hand photo, you will see the back of Cliff Men's Social Club. Also, the rear elevations of properties on Simmons Road that currently look directly over the site. Between Simmons Road and the application site is a public right-of-way that runs along the eastern boundary of the site. Just wanted to draw attention, I'm sure members are aware of the draft site allocation within Cliff, land to the east and west of Church Street, which follows the allowance of an appeal in 2023 for 250 homes east and west of the Church Street. The inspector, in allowing this appeal, commented that that application or development in that location would consolidate the two parts of Cliff, as it's currently separated down the middle. It includes a public open space to the left or the west, and our site sits directly below that public open space. That application also included a mixed-use community hub and replacement sports ground and pavilion. Also included and relevant to our application were off-site highway works along Station Road and Cooling Road, particularly around the roundabout at Station Road, some widening of that, widening also of Station Road south of that roundabout to allow for parking on the street without impacting the flow of traffic up and down. Similarly, on Cooling Road, you've got on-street parking areas created to ease the flow of traffic around the the secondary access from the southeast of the now allocated site. Turning to the application we're dealing with today, the parameter plan before you now is that submitted for determination. The larger yellow shaded area is approximately 3.25 hectares. denotes the development area. The green shaded area west of the site and to the south shows the green infrastructure area and works as an approximate 60-metre buffer between built form and the designated habitat sites to the west. The large blue arrow, top right of the plan image, is the proposed site access. The green arrow to the side of it is the pedestrian and cycle access. Come on to that again shortly. The purple asterisk just below that indicates the location of a community car park, which is designed to absorb displaced parking along Higham Road. Again, I'll turn to that again shortly. The master plan submitted with the application is for illustrative purposes, shows one way in which the development area could be developed and could accommodate 100 houses. The housing mix is predominantly houses, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses, with 3 bedrooms being the lion's share of that, mainly semi-detached and detached houses indicated. Building heights, whilst not specified on the parameters plans, would be largely 2-storey. The design and access statement says there will be some 2.5-storey to introduce some variety into the roof line, but that is a reserved matter at this stage. If I use my cursor, I don't know if you can see that. Oh, yeah, there we go. The community car park is indicated there. So this is for illustrative purposes, but it is anticipated there'll be a need to accommodate about 27 displaced cars that currently park along Higham Road and Station Road to accommodate the off-site highways works that are included in the proposal. The proposed site access, again, the detailed matter, is shown on this drawing. You'll see the main access is a 10-metre radius access. There's quite a lot of discussion between the council's highways officers and the applicants' consultants about the width of this site access at 10 metres. That is wider than one would expect for a access of this type and this size, but that is to mitigate vehicle tracking of particularly larger vehicles coming in and out of the site. That whilst it's possible for them to get in and out, they do have to cross both lanes of Higham Road, which obviously has the potential to cause some conflict. So the wider radius alleviates that to some degree. The pedestrian cycle access here would double up as a secondary emergency access for ambulances, fire engines, etc. The existing 30-mile an hour, the existing speed limit changes from a national speed limit to 30 miles an hour, just outside the proposed site access. The applicants propose to move this change in speed limit to the west, so that cars approaching the site access are not doing higher speeds. The highways works continue off the site. I just want to draw your attention to this line here, which is shown clear on the next slide, but it shows a build out into the road, which goes past the public right-of-way and connects into the footpaths that exist along the southern side of Higham Road. This has the effect of making Higham Road a single lane at this point. The applicant's position is that the existing cars parked along this stretch have the effect of making Higham Road a single lane as it stands. So you'll see the build out I identified is here, leads into the existing footpath. The aim of the applicant is to create a continuous pedestrian footpath to the bus stops at Church Street and also the services within Cliff Village. The build out would link to the southern footpath Higham Road, crossover into another tactile crossing at New Road, over New Road, into an existing footpath here, and then a further footpath build out in front of numbers 10 to 2 Higham Road to link into new footpath at the roundabout. Again, the effect of this build out here is to create, make Higham Road into a single lane. And the effect on traffic movements is indicated here, in that vehicles going towards, from the west going towards the roundabout would have to give way to vehicles coming from the roundabout towards the site. To allow traffic to flow along what would now be a single road, single lane, a TRO is proposed within this to incorporate double yellow lines to prevent on-street parking here and at this section, these sections along Higham Road here, which is the reason for the community car park within the northeast of the site, to accommodate that displaced parking. Our recommendation is that planning permission be refused. We initially had 5 reasons, as discussed in the officer report. 6th reason has been added to that. I should reiterate what Peter was saying earlier as well about the MPPF updates. You've been given a supplementary note with the new paragraph or policy references as they now are. But the reasons boil down to 1 being contrary to the adopted and emerging spatial strategy. 2nd, the adverse impacts to residential amenity caused by the footpath works to Higham Road and the resultant displacement of car park. Residents there is an established functioning of the road where people park outside their houses, and they would no longer be able to do that, but instead would be asked to park in a car park which is not visible from many of those properties, and at a distance of up to 150 metres away from their front door. We find that there are adverse landscape and visual impacts, particularly through the loss of the agricultural surrounds of Cliff, detachment of the village from its rural setting, and the urbanisation of the settlement edge. There is also the loss of 5.18 hectares of best and most versatile agricultural land. At this stage, there is the absence of a Section 106 agreement. Contributions have been discussed with the applicant, but agreement has not been sought as to the levels of contribution. In addition to that, a reason for refusal 6 has been added, in that there is no agreement at this stage to a contribution to the Birdwise SAMS mitigation scheme with respect of the designated habitat sites in the immediacy of the site. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we now go over to Ward Member, Councillor Mrs Turpin, who, when ready, will have 5 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak at tonight's meeting on behalf of Strood Rural residents. We thought we'd save the committee from hearing from the both of us this evening, and so I speak on behalf of Councillor Williams as well. Thank you for the officer report on this application and the presentation this evening. I speak tonight in strong support, not of the application, but of the officer's recommendation to refuse this outline application. Firstly, this application sits outside the developed areas of Cliff. It would extend the village envelope and set a precedent for more development in future alongside it. The land is in agricultural use, and this is built upon. We are losing more and more farmland which cannot be readily returned to food production. This is at a time when climate emergency should dictate a need to produce food locally and not rely on imports. Developing this commercial orchard directly goes against policies S1, S2, BNE 25 and H11 of our adopted local plan. It openly conflicts with the new emerging local plan, which prioritises urban regeneration and explicitly excludes this site. The applicant talks of alternative roads out of Cliff. It must be understood that these are only likely to be used occasionally when the main route is blocked. The main road in and out of Cliff, the B2000, is already a difficult road for regular users, with an increasing number of HGVs also using the road, causing a deterioration over time. This is financially challenging for the local authority to keep up with. It's not a road that cyclists will use often due to the narrowness and perceived danger. With lack of footpaths, it is also not a route that pedestrians can ever consider using. Any development in Cliff is therefore car dependent. Public transport is not regular enough for residents to solely rely upon, nor does it continue into the evening, making it very difficult for any resident to move to the area without having their own private vehicle. Access to this site is via a very narrow country road that is already struggling with existing houses. Increasing the traffic flow along Higham Road would cause frequent traffic issues, with cars backing up along a narrow road. Rectory Road and Buckland Road have the same challenges, as would the Medway Lane and West Street. This application should not be looked at in isolation. There is already permission for 200 homes along Church Street, an application that's not yet started. Residents are already very concerned about the issues this development will create and how the character of the village will be altered. To allow another 100 homes at this time would be very unwise and cause the village to grow at an unsustainable pace. Existing residents already face difficulties with medical appointments and school places. There is no secondary school within Cliff, and so children need to travel some distance out to either Hoo or Strood. These areas are also growing fast, and so school places are under high demand already. Local residents are concerned regarding its existing sewerage and drainage facilities. There are regular issues with the sewage system in the village, which collapses and blockages needed to be fixed, but at disruption to residents and unpleasant environment while that work takes place. While Southern Water may not accept that they cannot keep up with the existing demand, it is clear to those that live in Cliff that this is the reality. National policy does not support this scheme. Paragraph 83 of the NPPF states that rural housing must enhance or maintain the vitality of rural communities. This does neither. Paragraph 82 requires decisions to be responsive to local circumstances and reflect local needs. This application ignores them. Finally, the site is within very close proximity to the South Thames Estuary and Marshes SSI. The environmental concerns are therefore alarming. 100 houses bring additional traffic movements and therefore pollution. There would be increased light and noise pollution from the dwellings and domesticated animals, in particular cats, which all have a negative impact on Cliff Pools and the surrounding marshes. Chair, the tilted balance does not require us to accept poor, unsustainable planning. The severe permanent harms to our landscape and community amenity significantly outweigh any benefits. I therefore urge committee members to please uphold the officer's recommendation and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you. So now go over to members. Any member? Councillor Williams, Gilbourne, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the Ward Councillors' representations as well as the consultant presenting it. Reading it in advance, it was quite clear that there are lots of, and there's now 6 reasons for refusal, and although the site itself looks an ideal site for 100 houses, it's just not in the right place, because the idea of extending Cliff to the west is outside, both the previous local plan plus the emerging local plan, and for that reason, I don't see any reason why, the committee should approve it, and I support the recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joy?
I'd just like to add, obviously being a shadow cabinet for education, the school numbers for the primary school in Cliff last year, they have 30 places and they had 67 people apply for it. Any further increase, it's already been over double the amount, and that will all be local people from the area. So, as was been said by the ward councillor, children are going to have to travel, and I know that the next closest primary school, Cliff Woods, is also oversubscribed, so which will mean a lot of children having to go into Strood, which is going to put additional strain on the road network there, which is always under pressure during the rush hour. So for that reason, I wouldn't be able to support this application.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Nang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I support the officer's recommendation for refusal because it's outside the settlement boundary of Cliff, which is contrary to the MPPF policy S5, which encourages that we shouldn't be developing outside settlements. So, and also there will be a resulting landscape displacement of residents, parking, and loss of productive agricultural land, which I believe outweighs the benefit from having 100 homes in that area. Based upon that reason, I think I will not be supporting this. I support the recommendation of the officer for refusal.
Thank you. Any other member? No. Okay, I also agree with comments made and officers' recommendations. Therefore, I will be voting for refusal. So I now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. Land at Buckland Road and Higham Road, Cliff, Rochester. The recommendation I'm moving is for refusal on grounds 1 to 5 as set out in the report. Ground 1 to be amended in accordance with the latest NPPF, and additional ground 6 for refusal based on the Birdwise. I move all that lot, please, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for officers' recommendation for refusal?
That's 15, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. So now we go on to agenda item 6, planning application for 311 Canterbury Street. Amy Shardlow, senior planner, will be presenting this application. So we'll just wait until they've switched over, then we'll go over to Amy once she's ready.
Thank you, Chair. So this application seeks planning permission for the change of use from a dwelling house falling within C3 use to a 5-bed, 6-person HMO. Before we go on, can I just draw members' attention to the supplementary agenda in relation to a land use assessment that's been undertaken? The application site is located on Canterbury Street in Gillingham. This is within close proximity to the High Street, and a small parade of non-residential uses are located close by to the application site itself. This slideshow shows an aerial shot of the site and includes a proposed block plan in the lower right-hand corner, showing a cycle store in the rear garden and bins to the front garden. Here we can see the existing and proposed elevations, including a section. These all confirm there is no exterior works proposed as part of the application. These are the existing floor plans. It was a large 2-bedroom property. And here are the proposed floor plans. These are 5 bedrooms, providing space for 6 people, with all the bedrooms including an ensuite, and shared amenity space is provided within the kitchen and living room, with additional space proposed at basement level, mainly for storage and additional workspace for occupants. And in addition to this, the site benefits from a large rear garden. Here are some photos just showing the street scene itself and the application site. This slide highlights the site in yellow, indicated by the dots on the screen, both in Gillingham South Ward and then Watling Ward also included as it cuts into it. And the other HMOs are dotted in red, and this is provided at a 500-metre radius. A land use map was also produced, and this is approximately a 200-metre stretch of the road. This was conducted due to the length of Canterbury Street. This shows that there are 5 HMOs located within this street bit, and that this was equated at 6.3% of the properties in this section. We do not consider this to be a cluster in this area, and it is considered that there is no over-concentration of HMOs in this area. The proposal has been designed to provide a good level of amenity to future occupiers without harming the amenity of neighbouring occupiers, and as such, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Now we'll go over to Ward Member Councillor Nesterova, who has 5 minutes to speak once she's ready. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to make clear from the beginning that I recognize the need for different types of housing in Medway. HMOs have a role to play and provide important accommodation for many people. However, the question before us is not whether HMOs should exist. The question is whether this particular property in this particular location should be converted from a family home into a 5-bedroom, 6-person HMO. In my view, it should not. My main concern is the continued loss of family homes in this part of Gillingham. This is a 3-bedroom house providing relatively affordable accommodation for families. Once converted into an HMO, it may be difficult to return it to ordinary family use. The Council introduced an Article 4 direction because greater planning control was needed over HMO conversions. It does not mean every application should be refused, but it does mean we must consider the cumulative impact. That brings me to the emerging local plan and policy T8. The office's report says the policy seeks to ensure HMOs do not contribute to over-provision, lead to the loss of suitable family accommodation, harm character and amenity, or generate excessive parking demand. Those are exactly the issues members should consider tonight. I'm particularly concerned about parking. The report acknowledges that this property cannot meet its parking needs off-street and that there are already pressures in the area. We would potentially move from 1 household to 6 individual adults. We should not simply assume that HMO residents will not own cars because public transport is nearby. Some may not, but some will. A parking management plan may help, but it cannot create additional spaces on Canterbury Street or surrounding roads. A condition cannot remove real parking pressures. There is also the question of intensification. The report suggests 6 HMO occupants may not generate materially more activity than a family. I struggle with that. 6 unrelated adults may have separate working patterns, visitors and lifestyles, creating different patterns of coming and going. That does not make them bad neighbors, but planning should recognize that the intensity and pattern of occupation can differ. I'm also concerned about the assessment of HMO concentration. The report identifies limited registered HMOs within 200 meters and concludes there is no clustering concern. But we have discussed similar applications in Gillingham, and we know the true number of HMOs may be difficult to establish from one data set. We should therefore be cautious before concluding there is no cumulative impact, simply because the number of registered HMOs appears low. More broadly, we are not considering this application in isolation. Several HMO applications are on this agenda in Gillingham. No single HMO transforms an area. The change happens one property at a time. One family home becomes an HMO, then another. Eventually, family housing disappears and pressures on parking, refuse, and amenity increase. That is why planning policy requires increasing impact to be considered. So I ask members to look beyond bedroom sizes and proposed conditions. The fundamental question is whether converting another suitable three-bedroom family home into a six-person HMO is right for this neighborhood. In my view, it's not. We need HMOs, but we also need family homes and balanced, sustainable communities. For those reasons, I cannot support this application and respectfully ask the committee to refuse planning permission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So now go over to members. Any members? No. Councillor Gilbourne.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, last few months we've been getting used to having, a huge number of HMO applications coming in, and obviously with Article 4, we need to consider each of them individually. It's a very difficult one, as it will be with quite a few tonight, because for planning terms, it meets policy. And so, although I accept the arguments from the ward councillor, when you look at the map and you look how concentrated they are to do with other flatted developments, other HMOs, there are still over 90% family homes, you would say. But it's difficult, and I agree with the councillor that it's step by step, gradually, more and more of Gillingham particularly is becoming covered with HMOs, and it's a difficult one to know whether to refuse or not, because it does meet policy. But looking at this, because it does meet policy, I haven't got a reason why I can object. Thank you.
Thank you. One of our policies, although old, does say that a property under 120 square metres should be kept as a family home and not turned into an HMO. And I believe, is this one that's 115? Yeah, this is 115, so we don't even have a policy to say it should stay as a family home. My other issues with this is I think it's been overdeveloped. This was originally one double bedroom and one single bedroom home, and now they're cramming 6 bedrooms in there where some of them are barely just meeting the minimum standard. And even the minimum standard, it is a standard, I know, but it's still not that good. A lot of different other counties, when researching today, have a lot higher standards than the minimum, but I don't believe our council does. So that's why we're getting poorer quality housing than other counties. Also, can you just clarify, for the controlled parking, would that be that they're not allowed to buy permits?
Yes, so they would submit a parking management plan that would restrict them to be able to buy permits within that area, which means they wouldn't be able to park along that road.
Right, they actually would be able to park along that road because Canterbury Street doesn't have controlled parking it's not a CPZ. It's got a single yellow line. I actually went out there last night to check it, and parking is restricted from, I can't remember what time. It's just it's during the day, you can't park, but you can park overnight. The surrounding roads are CPZs, but Canterbury Street isn't, from KFC all the way to the top. And there are parking spaces there that are full to capacity. And also other roads, they are overflowing. So they also rely on this extra parking at night to park there. It is at its limits. I have got if you go on Google Earth and go down, you'll be able to see the yellow sign where it says what it is. And I'll go over to Councillor Nesteroff now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I want to touch on this as well. So we do have a policy in the emerging local plan that a family home should considered any home that is less than 120 square meters, which this is. And that's a question to officers, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think the minimum size of a bedroom is 6.5 meters. No?
Sorry, it's 7.5 in regards to the technical housing standards. 6.5 is required by HMO regulations.
And how about a double bedroom then?
A double is 11.5 under the technical standards.
Is this double bedroom here more than 11.5? Is it?
It is, yes.
Because I tried to zoom in, but I couldn't see the numbers, to be honest.
No, I do apologise. Yes, it is a double bedroom. It's I can't remember off the top of my head, but 14, I believe it might be, but it is above the standards.
Yeah. Still, in my opinion, a house that size is too small to cramp 6 people inside. And I do recognize, like my colleague, that we do need HMOs. It's very important to mix the housing stock. And I know a lot of people that actually use HMOs. But when you cramp a lot of people into a small space, that's where conflicts happen, that's where antisocial behavior happen. It's just because if the space is too small, people are not meant to live like that. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Peake?
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Councillor Gilbert said about this being difficult. We need more accommodation, but not at any cost. And I think this is an interesting contrast to the first item where none of us liked it and it was clear cut. We had clear reasons for refusal, so we reported it, and that's why we didn't feel the need to speak. On this one, again, something we don't like, as someone who has lived in an HMO, and a box room, literally there was an ex-police officer, 6'5", and he had about enough room to sleep in a bed, and that was it. Now that type of level of accommodation is not acceptable. So the lack of size does concern me that you pointed out, Chair, but my concern is whether we have enough planning reasons to refuse, and that's what I need to hear, please.
Well, first of all, we've got a policy where under houses under 120, that's one reason. Parking is at capacity. At night, when I went up Canterbury Street yesterday, the cars were parked on the pavement, so that's a danger for pedestrians, forcing them onto the road. There's lots of different things. It can even be from the noise, the impact of the noise going from what would have been maybe a 2 adult and a child property is going to 6 people. And then when you imagine if they've got a partner around or friends or visitors, whoever that may be, think how many people are going to be in that house, and the noise impact, the disturbance, the unsocial hours that people work, they'll be crossing paths, doors slamming, the extra cars. There's quite a few reasons that can come under for refusal. There are reasons for refusal there. Any other member? No, no other member? Oh, sorry, go over to you, Peter Hockney.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as Councillor Peake and Councillor Gilbourne has said, these are sort of very difficult applications for members to consider. There's clearly an issue within the Medway as a whole, which is why the Article 4 was imposed on the 7 wards, and why each application subsequent to the making of that Article 4 direction has been reported to Planning Committee, essentially irrespective of recommendation. I think what you've got here in front of you, and I think from the debate, there doesn't seem to be, there seems to be an acceptance, I think, in this case, as opposed to previous ones, that actually in this part there isn't that over-concentration and that clustering effect, where in previous committees that has been a significant concern of members. I think in terms of the other matters that Chair raised in terms of I think her concerns, they are valid planning considerations that need to be considered as part of this proposal. You heard from Amy Shardlow in terms of the balance that officers have taken in that regard. The property, and I think in terms of the points that Councillor Nesterov and yourself, Councillor Peake, were raising about the size of the bedrooms, that they are exceeding the minimum national space standards, which is the standards that we work to on this, which themselves are higher than the HMO standards that the licensing team sort of work on. So we're looking at a sort of a larger room size essentially than maybe would have been acceptable previously on such accommodation. So yeah, I think the points are sort of valid ones that the chair's raised. In terms of our balancing exercise, we think that it's acceptable on those grounds. In terms of the parking and any displacement, there is the parking management plan, which is recommended by condition. I'm sure colleague from Highways will be able to answer members' questions if they have any specific questions on the parking and the impact of that parking on highway safety. So I'll leave it there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, so can I just have a point of information? Point
Yep.
of order on information. Sorry, Peter, thanks for that. I'm not sure whether you slightly misadvertently spoke, but the Article 4 was voted for through Cabinet in December 2025. I don't believe it was imposed. I believe that was a fair and democratic decision.
Sorry, if I said imposed, I meant imposed on the area rather than, but it was designated in January. Let's go with designated, Councillor Field. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Highways, did you want to come in on the safety aspect? Because I don't know if you've been there at night where all the cars are parked up on the pavement and it is crammed, it is dangerous.
I haven't been there at night, but I'm just looking at the Google Earth images and I see on that western side of the road, immediately outside of the application site, it is no parking during the day. So that's a genuine parking restriction.
Yeah.
As you say, on the road opposite on Adelaide Road, that's where the controlled parking zone begins. But as you say, in the evening, outside of that single yellow line restriction, there isn't a parking restriction and people can park there.
Yes, and they're all parked on the pavement all the way along.
And that side of the road is not part of the controlled parking zone, as you say.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I did have another comment. Oh, the waste. Can I just ask about the waste? Is that stored at the front of the property?
It has been proposed at the front of the property, yes, from recollection. I'm just trying to get the block plan up. Yes, it's stored to the front of the property.
So you'll be, well, if you know the area, people who know the area will be aware of Canterbury Street. This has had a lot of conversions, and I don't believe that is a true picture because, first of all, I couldn't even see what house numbers it was going to and from, but there's at least 50 properties converted into flats on Canterbury Street. I know you're only taking a small bit, but there are 50 that I came across, and that's not even from doing proper research. I know there's lots of supported living accommodation up that road because through my other job, there is lots up there. I regularly visit. They're not recorded. Not all HMOs are recorded. So really, what we're given as a committee, that information is not a true reflection of what for us. We can't make a decision when we're not given all the information, really. We don't have proper records. The records aren't kept of what is happening in each property. This is more like a Balmoral Road kind of road, you know, where it's busy, main, lots of conversions. So what my point I was getting to, up that road, plenty of times, you will see the fronts full of rubbish where it's not controlled properly. And to have rubbish left outside this property is not good look. It brings the area down. So I don't think the waste is good enough control. But I think I've mentioned all of my points, and let's not forget, although people say we need HMOs, we have 747 families in Medway waiting for a home. They have not got a home, they're in temporary accommodation, and all we're doing is taking family homes away. Any other member? No? Okay, so for all the reasons stated, I will not be voting for this application, but I'll now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much. Chair, 311 Canterbury Street, Gillingham. The recommendation before the committee is approval with conditions 1 to 6 as set out, including the waste management and the parking, as explained by officers. I move 1 to 6 as set out. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Someone going to second? Thank you. So those for officers' recommendation for approval.
That's 7, Chair.
Those against?
That's 8, Chair.
Okay, the vote is therefore lost. So now we need to get some reasons, that's the one, for refusing this application. So I think under detrimental to neighbouring amenity could be one where the increase of the property from one double and one single bedroom to a 6-person home who are unrelated naturally intensifies the day-to-day noise, comings and goings and domestic activity. And that the layout alterations are intensified, which causes a direct negative impact on the amenity of immediate neighbours through increased ambient noise, shared wall disruption and general disturbance. And I think parking as well. I think parking is at capacity in the area, therefore road safety concerns. Does anyone have anything else what could be used as refusal? So Peter Hockney, yeah, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to hear the Highways Officer view as to whether he would consider any additional parking pressure to be a highway safety concern, because I think highway safety concern is quite a high bar, and what I don't want is to us to have a reason for refusal which we then can't defend at appeal. So I'd be grateful for Mr. Ward's view in a second on that. In terms of the impact on the neighbouring amenity, it's one where I think obviously members have had that concern on other applications, and if members consider that would be a reason to turn this down, then my view is it would be a defendable reason. As I say, it's not one that obviously we agree with, but I think it's defendable. And I think the other point that was made in terms of the debate, which maybe members may wish to discuss further, is the issue on the loss of a family house as well, which members may wish to debate. But if I could pass over to Mr. Ward, and then maybe if we could hear from a few members and come to a conclusion on the reasons. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to specifically introduce a road safety concern, it would be good to have a parking survey of the area to understand what's going on. As you say, Councillor Stamp, if there is parking on the pavements, in the evening, that pavement parking is against the law. That people are allowed to. No, I've just said it's against the law. People aren't allowed to park on the pavement. So overcoming that would be the first issue I would suggest, and understanding that pressure and that perceived safety concern would need to be understood and evidenced, I think, before we could introduce a reason for refusal associated with road safety. And then when we have that information, we can determine that road safety impact.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Field, did you want to come in?
Rather than road safety or risk of collisions, would there be a potential reasoning in terms of impacts on public transport operation, given that this is a bus route?
I think, as I say, maybe Mr. Ward will come back, but I think the concern that I would have is that we would need to demonstrate that the additional parking would interrupt the free flow of traffic. I mean, Canterbury Street is a very well-used road throughout the day and night. I'm not aware that it's ever been sort of blocked or seriously impeded by parked cars to that end. So again, I would encourage members to focus on the matters that I think we would have strongest sort of success rate, really. But maybe if Mr. Ward wants to add.
Nothing more really, just to obtain that evidence. I don't doubt your observation, but I think we would need an independent parking survey to back that up. And then going through the process of looking at road safety and public transport, etc., we would need that observation and evidence, I think, to introduce that as a reason.
Yeah, there are accidents up that road. It's only 2 weeks ago where the whole road was shut off because of parked cars. Because if you go up by the pharmacy as well, they all park on the double yellow lines and it causes chaos. That road is a dangerous road. You can't get up to the lights. You can't come down because there's cars all on the pavement there, and that's during the day, not night. Sorry, Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out what I said about the square footage of the house. So if you look at page 85 of today's agenda, we have text stating, considering policy H7 of the local plan and policy T8 of the emerging plan regarding the size of the dwelling and whatever it be most suitable as a family accommodation. And then I'll skip a bit. The council considers dwelling less than 120 meters gross area to be predominantly residential area, should be remained for families and single households. Is that the new local plan, or is that part of the existing local plan? It's policy H7.
Yeah. Pete, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's on the existing local plan. That's H7 of the 2003 local plan. And I think that well, I think the reason you were looking at was for the next item, isn't it? So and again that sort of brings into that to the consideration. I think the point that the Chair was making in the fact that it's the 120 square metres is referred to in the sort of preamble to that policy. In the without sort of getting too much into the next application, that's significantly below that. This is slightly below in terms of its 115, and therefore, as part of our balancing exercise, we didn't consider that shortfall was sufficient to recommend refusal on that ground. However, members may balance that differently, and they may consider that the 115 is below that 120, and that is a reason that members wish to vote on. So I think that's part of the. I think essentially there's three elements that have been discussed as part of the debate and subsequent to the vote. It's that impact on neighbour amenity. It's the impact on highway safety and free flow of traffic through additional parking pressures, and it's the loss of family housing. Now, I would be comfortable in our ability to defend the first and third ones of those. I would be less comfortable with the second one purely because of the higher bar that we would have to achieve on that one, and the evidence that we don't have in terms of highway safety aspects.
To point out, I think the loss of family home and the impact of the surrounding, it all falls under the same policy, all falls under H7. So it will be basically one part of one policy that you can argue.
It would be one policy that we would use to as a reference to two reasons for refusal. I think it would be better as two reasons for refusal, but it would reference, you're correct, both would reference H7. Thank you.
I mean, I think it's important that we put in a reason that can't actually come back with something else, because it's only the other week we had an HMO which, because we didn't have a certain reason in there and we thought at that committee, we had to vote it through. So that's what we've also got to be careful of when we do our reasons. So with regards to the radius, 500-metre radius, 200-metre road, is that set in policy that is what we must do, or can it be just in an area? Like, who dictates what the area is?
Well, I think in terms of the 500-metre radius, that came about through the committee meetings from, I think, December last year, where members wanted more information on the surrounding area and how many HMOs were in the area, and members requested a 500-metre radius for that. So that's been brought forward on the consideration of every HMO application that has come since. In terms of the sort of secondary aspect, because there was a lot of discussion, I think quite rightly, in that about a smaller area, because whilst you're as a resident, you don't necessarily consider what's 450 metres away from you.
I do.
You're looking at your immediate surroundings, and I think that was something that particularly came out through the 3 Kingswood Road appeal, in that it was that more immediate area where the inspector looked at the impact of the surroundings. So that essentially that's why we've come to the 200-metre, which again has been used over the last few committees. I think on this one, I think the 200-metre actually finishes before the junction with Wellington Road, but the very next property is an HMO. So, for example, we put that on the plan, even though it was beyond the 200 metres, because it seemed ridiculous to stop it just on that arbitrary line. And to give them, well, we need to give members that full picture, don't we? So.
But I think we need to be looking at the bigger picture of what's going on and not concentrating on a 200-metre length of road, because Gillingham South has the highest amount of HMOs in the whole of Medway, and we need to be looking at that area. Gillingham South has lost so many family homes that are first property homes, and we're giving our children less and less opportunity to get on the property ladder by turning them all into HMOs. We're basically forcing them into an HMO because they can't afford the bigger properties that aren't turned. So anyway, I've got enough. We need to get reasons for refusal. So you're saying safety can't be one?
I wouldn't recommend highway safety or the impact on the free flow of traffic.
So could the argument be that it is looking at Gillingham South, loss of a valuable family home, and in there looking at Gillingham South as a whole of what's going on with the whole area instead of just that part of the road?
I mean, in terms of the, as with many of the reasons for refusal, there'll be for discussion with with Chair, Vice Chair and spokes of Planning Committee. And I think in terms of a loss of family house in this area, I think you've got the argument that it is below the 120, and therefore you've got the policy backing. And then in addition to the policy backing, you've got the evidence paper of the Article 4 direction, which does indicate that Gillingham South has a high proportion of HMOs. So you may not reference that specifically in the reason for refusal, but it would be looked at as part of the appeal reference, and again we would include that within the defence of the appeal, and we can reference it again within the minutes as well.
Okay, so with regards to the waste storage, it is a very small front, and if you go up Canterbury Street, there's just rubbish strewn everywhere. It's awful. Can it be inadequate waste as well? Can that be another reason?
I think it.
For 6 people.
I think it's. I think, as you say, there's a lot of refuse storage there at the moment in terms of Canterbury Street and those front yard areas. I wouldn't necessarily think that could be a defendable reason, because in terms of the where the waste is stored, it's not really changing. It's not like they're extending the property and losing a side access or anything. So
no, but they're going from like a 3-person home to 6 people plus visitors,
and that's why we've got that's why we'd have the refuse management plan condition on.
And everyone probably just wants to get on with it now. What reasons do you want to go with, committee members?
I'm prepared to move something, Chair.
Okay, cool, thank you. Yes, so now go over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Well, move refusal on the grounds of wording along the lines of day-to-day activity of several different households and effect on neighbour amenity, loss of family housing and being below the 120 square metres. And the Chair, Vice Chair, Chief Planning Officer or Development Services Manager and the spokesperson to be consulted on the exact wording around those 2 broad issues. I so move.
Is that seconded? Those for refusal of the application.
That's 9, Chair.
Those against?
That's 5, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. Right, where are we? So now moving on to agenda item 7. It's 7, isn't it? Which is 4 Barnsole Road.
Chair?
Oh, sorry, Councillor Crozer.
Yeah, Chair, I'm trustee of AMAT UK. I think there's a property opposite here that we have control of, and I'm not sure whether I should stand out for this.
Sorry?
There's a property opposite this number.
Oh, sorry, yeah, okay, yeah. So it's opposite, so you think you've got a declaration of interest in that?
We have an interest in that, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so if you leave, then we'll call you back in.
Do I go outside or in the public gallery?
Yeah, if you go outside, and then we'll call you back in at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, agenda item 7, planning application for 4 Barnsole Road. Jackie Olsen, Senior Planner, will be presenting this. So, over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. This application is for a change of use from a Class C3 dwelling house to a 6-bedroom, 6-person Class C4 HMO and the construction of an L-shaped dormer. The application, its site is outlined in red, And you can see the site sits at the northern part of Barnsall Road, close to the junction with Livingstone Road, Napier Road and Gillingham Road. The station and the high street are located just to the northwest of this map. Looking more locally, there is a mix of commercial and residential flats near the roundabout at Livingstone Circus, but the property itself forms part of a terrace with mostly two-storey terraced housing extending up Barnsall Road. Here you can see photos of the site. The property is in the middle there, and this is looking to the north towards Livingstone Circus with this commercial unit with residential above, and to the south, the terrace housing. Here you can see the existing and proposed block plan with no changes to the footprint of the site. Here you can see the existing elevations. It's a two-storey dwelling. And this shows the existing plan. So you can see it's a 3-bedroom dwelling with 2 reception rooms. So this shows the proposed elevations, and you can see the proposed L-shaped dormer here, which has not been set in from the side or from the eaves, making it look like an additional story. So this is one of the refusal reasons on the application. This shows the proposed floor plans. You can see there's 2 bedrooms ensuite on the ground floor with the living space here, and then 3 bedrooms, 2 ensuite, 1 with the bathroom up in the loft, and this bedroom ensuite in the loft. So bedrooms 2 and 4 do not meet the size requirement, being too small, and bedroom 2 and 3 do not meet the minimum width requirement. Therefore, these rooms do not meet the national standard for bedroom sizes. Additionally, the kitchen dining area has only this one outlook door to the outside, so apologies. So to provide sunlight, daylight, and outlook from this space, and so this is also considered unacceptable. But therefore, the layout of the proposed HMO is considered unacceptable for future occupier amenity and health and well-being of prospective residents. This slide shows the HMO density. It's taken from the council's HMO evidence paper. Although the application property is within the Watling ward, the 500-metre radius extends into Gillingham South ward as well, so both these maps have been shown. You can see that there's not a large amount of HMOs in the immediate area, with more being to the north here and maybe just to the west in the Gillingham South ward. The land uses map has been prepared, so this is the application site highlighted in red. The blue and the yellow are flatted developments, and with one HMO that has been identified in the council's evidence paper to the north of the property. Therefore, we do not consider there to be an over-concentration of HMOs in this area. It is considered that an additional HMO, as such, the application is recommended for a refusal as per the refusal reasons set out in the officer's report.
Thank you. So now go over to members. Any member? Councillor Peake?
Well, surely this one is straightforward. The rooms aren't big enough. So I agree with the refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other member? No. So now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. 4 Barnsall Road, Gillingham. Move refusal on grounds 1 to 4 set out in the report. I so move.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for officers' recommendation of refusal.
That's 14, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. So now we just need to get Councillor Croser back in. Do you want one there? Or after this? Huh? Yeah, all right, we'll just have a quick break for 5 minutes.
in temporary accommodation across Medway, we cannot continually consider conversions in isolation and say to ourselves, one more family home won't make a difference. It does. But then there is the parking. There is no off-street parking whatsoever. Instead, we are being asked to rely on a parking management plan and a car-free tenancy. But a tenancy agreement doesn't stop somebody owning the car. It doesn't stop visitors or deliveries, and it certainly doesn't create another parking space on Shakespeare Road. Finally, Chair, the amenity space. I will ask members, hopefully they've seen the rooms themselves, but the council's own standard requires a rear garden of at least 7 metres, even on constrained sites. This garden is 5.5 metres, and at its longest, and 2.7 metres at its shortest. The report acknowledges that it does not comply with the standard, but accepts it anyway. So members, look at what we have here. The highest HMO concentration in Medway, 22 HMOs within 500 metres, 4 identified on Shakespeare Road, no off-street parking, amenity space below our own standard, and the loss of another viable family home. Article 4 does not mean every HMO should be refused, but Article 4 must have a purpose. Policy T8 is very clear. HMOs should not contribute to over-provision, lead to the loss of suitable family accommodation, or generate excessive parking demand. We need to look at the bigger picture, members, and what these individual conversions are collectively doing to our communities. At some point, community of impact can no longer be ignored. And members, before you vote, I simply ask you to remember that 1 square metre. Surely the future housing balance of Gillingham South should count for more than that. For those reasons, Chair, I urge members to refuse this application.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. I now go over to members. Any member? Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. So that's a second application that we have something that goes again the regulation that we have, and still proposed for approval. So my question is, why do we have this regulation in the first place if we're just going to ignore them and propose it for approval anyway? That's why the regulations are there in the first place. If something is, if the garden does not pass the threshold, then it needs to be refused. Simple as that. That's how rules work. That's how the walls work. We all vote on it. We agree on it. And then if it doesn't pass the threshold, then it needs to go for refusal. That's my thoughts on this application. And I'll be voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbourne.
Thank you, Chair. As I said in the first application, second application, it's a really difficult one when we get so many coming through because of the Article 4 directive. What I want to say on this one particularly was the fact that, other than Councillor MacDonald, and I admire his consistency with, wanting this one to be refused, there's no other objections that came in on the application, which for me says something about the local area already, that are they not interested, or do they not understand what the changes might lead to? But also the fact, when the officer was presenting, this application came forward previously, and the recommendations were made to improve the use of the basement, so it wasn't a primary recreational area, and also that led to the change of 1 less bedroom, wider bedrooms, and other changes, and they've all done this. And I don't think we have a right to say now we can't approve it when we've asked them to do that, so it would be approved. For all the other objections raised by Councillor MacDonald, I still think it meets planning policy as we have it now, and therefore, we shouldn't be refusing it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the problem is a lot of people don't hear about these HMOs being converted. I know I've had it before with other things where people have said, oh, we didn't get that, and there's been times when letters haven't been sent out, or they only do the immediate properties. Maybe a lot of them are HMOs and they don't care, unknown HMOs, and they might not be, you know, think, oh, well, we're only here for a few months, we'll be moving out soon, it doesn't affect us. Anyway, Councillor Joy, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Like comments have been made on a couple of applications, we're fully aware of how many people are in temporary accommodation. But what we seem to forget is that Medway has a serious problem with homeless people, and temporary accommodation, as bad as it is better than sleeping on the streets. And these HMOs do give an opportunity to get them people off the street. And this government has made it a priority of stopping homelessness altogether. And we need to find a balance somewhere on what is acceptable and what's not acceptable, because there is two major groups that we need to stand up for. And the problem is that standing up for one restricts the other, and vice versa. And I know the officers would also look at this in isolation, and I understand with regards to the size of the garden, but if the garden's not that size now, is it suitable for a family home if that garden's not big enough? So I think we also need to consider trying to wipe out homelessness in Medway, because too many times I go through Gillingham and there is people bunking down in shop fronts because that gives them a little bit of shade from the weather, and we're due to go into winter when it gets a lot worse. And I think we need to consider that as well as people in temporary accommodation. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I agree about the homelessness. We have to think about that. But what a lot of people don't know and understand is a lot of people choose to be homeless. They actually want to be homeless. They've got mental health, drug issues. And when they're put in places like AMAT, with all the noise and everything that's going on, they don't like it. So a lot of people do choose. In fact, we actually had one sleeping at the Tesco roundabout because he felt safer in there in his tent than he did sleep in temporary accommodation. So it's a lot bigger issue. It's a lot more to the problem of homelessness. It's not straightforward. Can I just ask about the bedroom in the loft? The one with the, I mean, you said they'd lowered the window for the outlook, but if you look at this picture, they're proposing that the bed goes under the sloped roof. So basically they're going to be having a sloped roof right on top of their head. Is that right? Yeah, I think it's this one, isn't it? The top one. So, yeah, to me, that bedroom is not adequate enough, because where are they going to put their belongings? They've got two doors, they've got a sloped roof. The bed is under the sloped roof, so they'd be facing that. I just don't get how that bedroom works. To me, they're just squashing too much in a area. And it's quality of life for people who are going to live there. And if they've got that bedroom under a sloped roof and no outdoor space, it's not good living conditions. As Councillor Nestor said, we have this for a reason. Sorry, did you want to come in, Jackie?
Yeah, I was just going to say that obviously that's a double bed and it's for a single occupant. So there would be space on the bed, but also it does meet the space standards for a single bedroom.
It does. It's just the way this is set out. When it's got a door coming into it, well, two doors, like where would the wardrobe go? I don't see how that bedroom works. Well, that's it there. Okay, right. Okay, any other member?
Thank you, Chair. I think if I could just come back on the point that Councillor Nesterov made, and I think you reinforced, Chair, in terms of the garden size. And I think it was a point that Councillor Joy essentially made as well, in that the size of the garden is that size whether this property is an HMO or a family dwelling. So the gardens in Shakespeare Road or Shakespeare Avenue are Shakespeare Road, are small in their nature, and they are small based on the existing situation as well as whether it would be for an HMO. So I think it's the reason that we weren't looking at a reason for refusal on that basis is because we're not designing the garden from scratch. We're looking at it essentially as it exists at the moment. So it's a current situation based on what could be dealt with under permitted development on the extensions. So I think that's where, just in terms of that clarity, which I think you were seeking, Councillor Nesterov. Thank you.
So, sorry, Pete, was that they built that extension under permitted development?
So the extensions that I think Mrs Olsen went through earlier are permitted development extensions.
The
yes.
one in the garden?
The two at the end, so you've got the one essentially that create the kitchen living area.
Yeah, the downstairs.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So does that take up more than 50% of the garden?
Not in terms of the overall size, no. So it wouldn't breach that threshold of permitted development because the lawful development certificate was assessed and granted on that basis.
It's just another way where it fails though, isn't it? Because to take up most of your garden, like when you've only got a small garden and put a big extension like that in, to have an HMO. Anyway, any other member?
Yeah, it's that aspect, isn't it, of from the planning point of view, we're looking at what we can control within the planning law and planning legislation. We can't control the size of those extensions because they're permitted development, which is different to the previous application at Barnsole Road, where the L-shaped dormer did not meet permitted development criteria, and as a result, we had a reason for refusal based on the design of that, because it was something that was within our control.
With Article 4, doesn't that mean that you permitted development? How does that affect permitted development?
So the Article 4 takes away the permitted development right to change the use of the property from a C3 residential dwelling to a C4 HMO up to 6 people. It doesn't take away permitted development rights for extensions because obviously that would affect every single property and every single family house in the wards.
Okay, thank you. Any other member? Councillor Peake?
Yeah, I just want to react to what Councillor Joy said. As somebody who works in a residential home with people with sometimes one of these, but sometimes all three, severe mental health, learning needs, drug abuse of themselves. There is, and we had a team meeting today, line manager said, don't have accommodation, but the accommodation they need has to be very heavily supported accommodation. And I think before I did this type of work, I would never appreciate it to the extent that you can have an adult that needs a level of support where there's anything from personal care just to the responsibility of taking their medication to keep them on the straight and narrow. And the reason why I point this out, this idea that there's a direct link from homeless to HMO accommodation, that doesn't work for me, not based on my experience and my knowledge of that. A lot of the people that are homeless, there are reactionary views that look at people that are homeless as being lazy, layabouts, and they just need to pull their socks up. A vast number of these people have very, very severe mental health and drug addiction. So bearing that in mind, you can't just take them and put them into an HMO because they need so much more complex support than that. I get your argument, and I'm sure it came from a good place, but I'm very wary about, we must have more HMO accommodation to accommodate those people because that doesn't work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Nang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I do understand the need for HMOs, but I think what I'm trying to figure out is that it seems like there is inconsistency with the method used to measure the concentration. because at some point it's 500, at some point it's 200, and at some point it's about 2 hours just from waiting. So I think based upon that, I believe that if officers can come up with a consistent methodology, because from previous planning meetings, we've been using some percentage with 500 meters radius. Then now it's 200. Now with Shakespeare, we are talking about maybe there are only 2 or 3 houses for HMOs around it. So what I would like to find out from officers, if we are using a consistent methodology that we've been using from previous ones, what will be the concentration within this area? Not just maybe using 500 for one place, using 200 and using 4. There should be consistency, because now we are having a lot of HMOs coming on the planning committee meetings. So if there is inconsistency, one person, it might be fair to one person, it will not be fair to another person. So we should try to be consistent with the method that we are using to calculate the concentration, the percentage of concentration, so that we know that we are being fair to every person who comes with an HMO to the planning committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member? No? Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, to interject, but if we would in mind to refuse, what would be the planning argument for refusal?
Well, we'll do the first vote first, and then we go from there after that to see how that goes. With this, I do struggle with the not having sufficient outside space, and that bedroom in the loft. To me, it's just cramming too much into what was a 3-bedroom terraced house. That sloping roof is a lot of that bedroom, and yeah, to me, it doesn't really work. It would have a detrimental impact on people's well-being sitting in that room. But I'll now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. Move the recommendation of officers to the Planning Committee approval with conditions 1 to 7 as set out in the report. Condition 2 to be amended in terms of simply the date on which the approved plans were received. I move all that lot. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Seconded. Thank you. Those for the application?
That's 6, Chair.
Those against?
That's 7, Chair.
7. That's the vote is then lost. So now we need to think of reasons for refusal. I think, as Councillor MacDonald said, we have got like the parking demand, loss of a family home, and the living conditions of the person in that bedroom. Does anyone else have any suggestions for refusal reasons? No. So, Pete, what are those reasons like? They stand up.
I think I'd like to hear a bit of discussion amongst members. I think just to sort of articulate it a bit more in that regard. But I think in terms of the loss of the family house, I think members will be looking at. I think from my interpretation of the debate in terms of the emerging policy T8 and the third bullet point about leading to the loss of units suitable for family housing in areas noted as already containing multiple HMOs, and that's not so much a clustering element, but that is, to my mind, reference to the ward and the high numbers of HMOs generally in the ward, which is a sort of a potential reason. I think again, it's probably worth hearing from our highways officer who's here in terms of the parking impact and potential pressures from that to give members information to decide whether that is something that they wish to pursue. I will wait to hear from him before recommending whether I think that that would be defendable or not. And in terms of the third reason that I think you referred to was to do with the amenity for future occupiers. It's one that I think with the reduction of essentially the number of bedrooms down to 5, it's our view that that it is an adequate level of accommodation and would provide for suitable living standards. But that might be something that members wish to debate a bit further.
I think we had this before with another HMO application, didn't we? That was one of the reasons we did it, because of the sloping roof and how that impacts it. And although they've lowered the windows, someone like me, being 5'1", still wouldn't be able to see it. So not everyone's a certain height, are they? So, yeah, if members, yeah, can have some of your views who want to refuse. No. Yes, Stephen, did you want to comment on the traffic highways?
Yeah, I think, again, as we've said previously, I think to refuse on the parking capacity grounds, we'd need to do that survey and know the evidence and determine what the capacity and the existing demand is there before we could give a definitive reason for refusal in that respect.
Okay, thank you. So we could go with the loss of family home, living conditions. What do members think? Yeah.
Sorry, Chair, was that... I don't think members debated the impact of the additional people on the neighbouring occupiers as well. So maybe that could be something that members debate and consider as well.
Yes, so the impact that will have with it going from a 3-bedroom family home to 5-bedroom with all the comings and goings, extra noise, traffic, different work schedules, just when there's 5 unrelated people in a home, just naturally what that brings with it. So, is that right for that to be in there as well?
Sorry, Chair, could you repeat that bit? Sorry.
So I was saying about the noise and the disturbance from what naturally happens when you have 5 unrelated people living in a property, the comings, goings, extra deliveries, the noise that accumulates, busy.
In terms of the impact on neighbouring occupiers, again, that's something that has been considered, I think, at the earlier tonight and at previous committees. So it would be something that members could include if they wish to articulate a reason for refusal that we could assist with.
Okay, Councillor Joy, do you want to come in?
I just want a clarification. Keep mentioning 5 bedrooms, but I keep looking at the plans and it's only showing 4 bedrooms. Can you just confirm if it's 4 or 5, please?
So we've got 2 in the loft and then 2 on the first floor and then 1 here on the ground floor.
Yes, there's one at the front where the kitchen and living room is on that level, ground floor, and then 2 on each of the other floors. Any other member? No, so how about the Sams as well? They paid the Sams. Paid the Sams, okay. So is everyone happy? Oh yeah, go on, Councillor Peake.
No, I'm just concerned that if we turn this down, I know this shouldn't be the reason why we should think, but we do need to be mindful about winning against an appeal and about our reasons. And I'm not knocking these reasons, by the way, so don't misunderstand my point of view. But when you talk about potential, because that's literally what it is, of greater noise disturbance, congestion, unsafe parking, greater refuse waste concern, all the concerns rightly highlighted, specifically by Councillor MacDonald, because it's only potential, you don't have a measurement, and when it comes to going to appeal and you present that as a case, how strong a case is it without facts and figures to back it up? That's my question.
Come in, Peter.
I think in terms of the parking issue, I think having heard from Mr. Ward, I would be concerned about including that as a reason for refusal, because we don't have any evidence to point to in terms of that aspect, and the condition that recommends the parking management plan could be a solution to that issue, which would adequately deal with that. So that would be something that I wouldn't recommend members follow. In terms of the other aspects, again, we've got the argument about the loss of the family house. I mean, I think Councillor Nesterov on one hand was saying that in terms of the rules are there, and if you're one side of the line, you're okay, and if you're below the standards for the garden, then it shouldn't be acceptable. This is above the standard in terms of the adopted local plan, but I think what we're looking at more is the policy in the emerging local plan with the loss of family housing in that aspect. As I say, I mean, from an officer point of view, I think we are thinking that it would be certainly less than a 50% chance of winning the appeal. Otherwise, we'd have probably recommended refusal in any case. So what we're looking to assist you with is reasons that give us the best chance of defence at an appeal. And I think that would be in this case in terms of the loss of the family house. Again, members could include the increased disturbance to neighbouring properties. I would be slightly more nervous about the amenity ground for future occupiers because the loft room does meet the standards that we work to, although members may decide that the sloping roof is and the light from a roof light is so sort of substandard that they do think that that is a reason for refusal, and I think that's what members need to consider.
Thank you. Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this one. So there was a planning application on the permitted development for the garden extension, which obviously was an oversight because it took space from the garden, which was already small. It should have been refused then and then. Then, because of this extension, it passes the threshold of 120 meters with 1 meter. So the oversight of the permitted development actually makes it possible this house to be an HMO. So I think we have a chance here to right a wrong. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, gentlemen.
Sorry, just to be clear in terms of what we could consider as part of the extensions. So it's what we were considering is whether or not they were permitted development. So we had no ability to consider the merits of that because of the type of application that was submitted. So it wasn't an oversight in terms of the permission of that. It was the fact that it met the rules and regulations that the government set out in terms of the permitted development. So we had no control over those extensions. just as a matter of clarification. But I think the sort of the point that Councillor Nesterov was making is that obviously the extensions create the additional space within the dwelling in order for it to accommodate the 5 people, and I think he's got sort of some concerns about that. I don't think you can necessarily weave that into a reason for refusal, but I think it's generally the loss of family accommodation that I think you were sort of getting at, Councillor.
Yeah, in my opinion, the loss of family home stock should be one of the main reasons for refusal. But as well, if we can consider only what we have in hand, and we don't consider any previous application because they're taken on their own merit, insufficient outdoor amenity space still applies for this application. Even if it was agreed on the previous one, this application should be considered by itself and by its own merit, so it still applies for this one.
And also think the outlook of that bedroom in the loft. Right, so I now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. What I have is move refusal on the grounds of loss of family home or housing, the effect on amenity for neighbouring occupiers in terms of a number of separate households causing greater comings and goings. I haven't included the roof space issue, Chair. I'll be guided by you on that, but I suggest that the exact wording of those two that I've identified, 2 grounds for refusal, be determined by the Chair, Vice Chair, spokespersons in consultation with the Service Manager Development Services.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Right. Those for refusal of the application.
That's 9, Chair.
Those against?
That's 4, Chair.
The application is therefore refused. So we now go on to agenda item 9, planning application at 63 Copenhagen Road. Jackie Olsen, Senior Planning, will be presenting its application. So over to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for a change of use from a Class C3 dwelling house to a 5-bedroom, 5-person Class 4 HMO with alterations to the roof lights. You can see the application site outlined in red. It's situated in the middle of Copenhagen Road. The train station and the high street are to the northwest here. Looking more locally, you can see the row of terraced houses with small front gardens and long back gardens. On the south side of the street, there are larger front gardens, many of which have become driveways. There is permit parking available on the street, which allows for a condition to mitigate parking pressure through a parking management plan to restrict parking permits to residents. Here you can see photos of the property. The property is here, and this is looking up and down the street. This is the extensions that have been built to the rear, shown in this photo. No external changes are proposed to the property apart from an enlargement of the existing roof lights to the front of the property. This shows the previous plans and elevations of the original dwelling. So you can see it's a 2-storey dwelling with 3 bedrooms and the living space downstairs. So this shows the elevations of the lawful development certificate that was approved in October 2025 under permitted development. This was for the change of use from C3 dwelling house to C4 HMO and for the construction of a single-storey rear extension, an L-shaped dormer to the rear, roof lights to the front to facilitate accommodation in the loft space, along with the conversion of the basement to habitable space. You can see the approved floor plans here, showing the accommodation in the basement here, and a smaller kitchen here with a bedroom proposed here and here. And then on the first floor, 2 ensuite bedrooms. And again, in the loft space, 2 bedrooms ensuite. The LDC was granted permission in October 2025, but the use was not implemented prior to the Article 4 being introduced. Therefore, full planning permission is now necessary for the change of use from C3 to C4 to be undertaken. This shows the proposed elevations and section of this application. So you can see the existing roof lights would be extended so that there would be adequate outlook for people who are living in the loft space. This shows the proposed floor plans. So you can see the basement's been removed as unsuitable for accommodation. This bedroom has also been removed so that this entire area becomes the kitchen and communal area. It also means that the number of residents has reduced from 6 to 5. All bedrooms meet the national standard for bedroom size and width, but it is worth noting that the bedroom sizes are generous comparatively with the majority of HMOs, with 4 out of 5 bedrooms exceeding the national space standards for a double room of 11.5 square metres, but being for single occupants. So, for example, this one here is for 18.5 square metres, this one's for 15.8, and this one's 15.5. The cycle storage would be located in the rear of the garden, and this would be secured by condition. It is proposed that the refuse would also be located in the rear garden here, and this could also be secured by condition. Moving on to HMO density. Surrounding the site taken by the Council's HMO evidence paper, there are 86 HMOs within a 500-metre radius of the application site, although only 3 of these are concentrated on Copenhagen Road. The additional land use survey that's been undertaken shows members, you can see the application property in brown, with the blue properties being those that are converted, subdivided into dwellings into flats. The green is the adjacent property of 65 Copenhagen Road and a further property at 73-75 Copenhagen Road, which are the subject of planning applications for HMOs to the council, with this 65 Copenhagen Road being the next item on the agenda. There's some purpose-built flats at this end of the road, but only 2 HMOs identified on the street. As such, it is considered that a cluster is not considered to be present on the site. As such, the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions set out on the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go over to Ward Member Councillor Luella Prenter, who has 5 minutes to speak once she's ready.
Thank you, Chair and members, for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to speak against this application, which has been recommended for approval by officers. I'm not against HMOs, as we've heard. They are needed, but they must be in the right type of property and in the right places. Article 4 is in the Article 4 direction is in Gillingham South, and that's for a reason. You've just heard there, 86 HMOs within the proximity of this site, and we can't underestimate. We're not talking about houses with any gaps between them. They're clustered houses, terraced houses all together. So 86, it literally is on top of each other. So firstly, as you've heard, Copenhagen Road, it does consist of 104 terraced properties, many of which are family homes. The supplementary addenda did show 14 properties that have been converted into flats. That one on the left is several properties altogether, and across the road to the old Beacon Court Tavern, which is now purpose-built flats. That's more and more people in the area. I've also had correspondence from private sector housing indicating there's 3 suspected HMOs on that road, and although there's 2 recorded there, notification I received a couple of months ago was that there were 4 on the road. So importantly, this is the first of 4 new HMO applications within a 28-metre stretch of the road. So where all those blocked together, that's 28 metres in length. And I'd ask members to let that sink in for a moment. We're looking at this application plus another proposed HMO next door, properties converted into flats. Then there's a family home amongst all of these, and there's 2 further applications for HMOs next to each other. So that's a very significant concentration of separate households living in close proximity and will undoubtedly alter the character of this part of Copenhagen Road. Secondly, members will be aware that fly tipping and litter are significant huge problems in Gillingham South. Poor waste management associated with some HMOs has been identified as a contributing factor. So I welcome the design and access statement, which refers to internal contractors retrieving bins from 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. However, as we all know, Medway Council's waste collections begin from 7 a.m. and recommends that bins are put out beforehand. And I think this needs to be this commitment needs to be strengthened through a condition, because the waste being put out too late is a common thread in Gillingham South, and it's left on the pavement for days. It's been reported, the rubbish flies everywhere, and then it's collected at the expense of the taxpayer. And we do see it often in Gillingham South. There's also reference in the application to household waste centres being used, but then on one hand we're saying they don't have cars, so that's a contradiction itself. How are they going to access that? That should be the landlord's responsibility. And merely stating in the parking plan that they'll be removing any permission is not enough, because Copenhagen Road is already heavily congested. Parking's available only on one side of the street. There are several disabled parking bays, double yellow lines along one side, and there are no opportunities to park in surrounding streets, because as we heard at length on Canterbury Street, you can't park, and that's one of the roads at the very end of this road. So there are limitations, and the impact will again negatively affect the wider community. So strengthen conditions there need to be made to absolutely remove parking as a permit whatsoever for the residents in there, and have it the same as any other household. Policy T8 of the emerging local plan seeks to address the loss of family homes, as we heard so often tonight. Copenhagen Road remains a road with many families living there, and this proposal would contribute to the ongoing loss of family housing stock, and it does run in contrary to the aspirations of the emerging local plan for Policy T8 and the future housing demand. Indeed, as we've heard earlier, there are currently 747 families today seeking a 3-bedroom family home just like this. Policy H7 of the adopted plan states that HMOs were normally permitted where they're not adjacent to another HMO, and yet we're seeing applications cynically put in next door to each other. Members should also be under no illusion that 5-bedroom HMO functions in the same way as a family home. It does not. By their very nature, they involve multiple households with different working patterns, lifestyles, routines. You've heard it all before. You know that that's not the same as a family living there. So I would respectfully ask that members refuse this application on the basis of the loss of a family home, over-concentration, and the altering permanently of the character of this road. And also ask planning officers to commit to strengthening Policy T8 so that there are measurable criteria that actually we can.
Sorry, it's over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Prenter. I now go over to members. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the proposed layout plans and have two glaring questions here. So if we go to the ground floor, how is somebody supposed to get in and out of the bedroom to bed? And then the second question, and I'm assuming people are sleeping in single beds, given the proposed layout, and also surely having a toilet located right beside a fridge, freezer, cooker and sink, albeit with a small wall in between, isn't particularly hygienic. Just from a general how you should live kind of perspective, the layouts are appalling.
Is that allowed? Because that was one of my questions actually about the toilet. Is that allowed to open up into a kitchen where they're cooking and preparing and storing food?
Shall I?
Yeah, if you can come in, Jackie.
So the access to that toilet is through this bedroom, so it doesn't go through from the kitchen. Is that the one you are talking about?
The layouts are really contrary to the well-being of people. I mean, if you look at the back studio, you can't climb in and out of that bed even if you're able-bodied. If you go to the front of the front studio, it's quite clear that unless you've got a single bed is the only option. But you come straight out of it, using the toilet into open the door, you're straight into a cooking area. Surely that is not hygienic.
I'm not sure where you mean, councillor.
I can't find the map now.
Yeah, so the only downstairs, are we on the ground floor? Is that where you're looking? Or were you looking at, you may have been looking at the previous LDC proposal. No, that's fine. And I think I think it's quite good that you brought that up, because I think what that demonstrates is that members brought in the Article 4 for two reasons. One, for the concern about the numbers of HMOs in certain wards, and secondly, the quality of accommodation that was being delivered as part of these HMOs under permitted development, to enable us as local planning authority to have control over what we were permitting as HMOs. And I think the result of certainly that second aspect is what you have here, because instead of having 6 bedrooms, 6 people crammed into a sort of a smaller property, you have 5 bedrooms, all of which are essentially almost, I think, apart from 2 of those, are twice the size of the minimum standards. So I think, to my mind, that's a success of the Article 4. But I think Councillor.
Sorry, so I was looking at the mistaken, so it's my mistake. So yes, there have been improvements, but if we go to, is it bedroom 4? Can somebody explain to me how somebody's supposed to sleep in that space?
Sorry, Jackie, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just to say that obviously that room does meet the national space standards, but also, I mean, that bed could be moved or you know, it would be easy to get into it because this is 1.5 height, this head height here. This line indicates a 1.5 metre head height.
Sorry, could you just indicate the second line as well, just beyond the bed?
Yes, but if you turn the bed the other way around, there's no way to get round the bed, given the space that you've got there. So it's not a very practical layout or design.
I think in terms of that second line that I think Mrs. Olson was looking at, that's 2.3 metres in height. So I think, and essentially that's where you'd be getting in and out of that bed at that higher level, because that's. Yeah, I think.
So where it's got this line for 2.3, is that where it first hits 2.3 in the room?
Yes.
And what are the standards of how high these ceilings should be?
In terms of the policy standards, we don't have a policy standard, but I mean, 2 metres is 6'6".
It's national standards,
so you'd be looking. Well, what you would be looking at is anything below 1.5, which is just that sort of lower portion of the bedroom.
Right, okay. Councillor Joy, did you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a little bit concerned with regards to comments that have been made by some of the councillors, including Councillor Wheeler-Prenter, with regards to the accuracy of the data that we're being shown about HMOs. So we get an application. How are we verifying the information? Is it because people have told us, or we actually gone and verified down the street? Because if you go down the street, it's quite easy to pick up if a house has got more than one person living in there by the amount of doorbells that are on the thing. Do we actually go and check on them streets to confirm what type of property that is? Because if we're not, we're getting asked to approve stuff because it's not as high a density as is believed, when that information is not 100% verified. Please, could you answer on that, please?
The short answer is yes. We are going out and checking the street, and that's what the supplementary with the land use map is a result of, because we search the planning records, we search the records from our private sector housing in terms of the HMO licences. We walk up and down the street. We look for, amongst other things, the doorbells, but also whether there's often a plaque in terms of a care provider or a hostel, which again there was none in this location, but on previous applications, particularly the appeal at Kingswood Road, that's what we identified through that walking survey to establish the evidence and in terms of what is on the street, to give members that full picture. In terms of the other plan, which maybe Mrs. Olson could flick back to, that's a plan that's lifted from the evidence paper from the cabinet papers for the creation of the Article 4s originally. So those dots were again taken from all the data sources that the consultants were able to access in terms of the of what was in the area. One of which would have actually been the lawful development certificate that we granted on this property, but obviously that lawful development certificate was not implemented prior to the Article 4. So, so sort of long-winded answer to say yes, we are doing our sort of utmost in terms of that foot basically beat around the area, to make sure that we have got as full a picture as we can get. We're not taking and maybe what you were alluding to. We're not taking anything that's in the design and access statement or planning statement as gospel or as read. We're making sure that we do our own investigations ourselves.
The problem is some of the uses you just can't find out because there's not the information there, is there? Like supported living and homes like that.
There will be elements of that, and I think, but I think obviously we've got to do the best we can in that regard, and until they require that, unless the government changes the use class order to put those into a different use class, then that's going to be the same, and they're going to fall with under that C3 use.
Yep. Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to pick up from Councillor Joy's point, and I was thinking exactly that. How are we checking them? And we have maybe additional tools to do so. Can we maybe check registered, I don't know, like internet providers on the area of bank accounts? That would be a sure tell. If you have 5 bank accounts registered there of different people, would be a sure tell that it's a HMO.
Did you come in, Pete?
Yeah, we don't have access to that information. That would be a matter that I think it would only be the police that would have access to financial records of different properties.
How about company house, for example? Councillor Stamp mentioned about registered businesses like assisted living and stuff like that. Can we use company house data to check for these businesses in the area as well?
I don't believe that the company's house would register the provision address as their registered place of business. That would be essentially their HQ place, so it wouldn't help in that regard. We are trying to find as much as we can through different sources, but happy to take on any other advice on that. But
and I just want to say for the application, credit where credit is due. These rooms are quite big, to be honest, and I see there's quite a lot of space on the new application, not on the previous one. And yeah, what am I missing here? What happened with the basement? I don't see the basement in this application.
So, Jackie, did you want to come in on that?
So it was removed from the application because it wasn't at a height that could be used as habitable room. So yeah, it was removed altogether.
Non-functional in any way for the... Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, I'm a little fixated on bedroom 4 because I just don't see how that works. However, I did want to ask if it's possible to make a condition that bedroom 4 must only ever have a single bed in it. Because the layout, it's uninhabitable from my perspective.
I don't think we'd be able to condition that. We members could decide to put an informative on suggesting that the bedroom 4 is furnished with a single bed, but in terms of a condition, the pertinent condition is the condition that essentially limits it to 1 occupant per room, and therefore, as I say, because you would be getting in and out of the side, which has sort of over 2 meters of headspace, that would be sufficient in terms of accessing that bed area. And then, obviously, the other side is the sort of stud wall that they're proposing.
Councillor Peake.
Chair, I thought that was a very good question, Councillor Joy, and it is an issue that concerns me. We've heard colleagues say time and time again, we don't really know how many HMOs there are, and there's no criticism to our officers. I know how hard working they are. I'm going to reference to direct experience because obviously I value that rather than hearing it secondhand. It is over 20 years ago that I worked for Democratic Services in Barking Dagenham, and I used to do canvassing, electoral register voting, canvassing, and go to the same properties that are clearly HMOs, judging by the number of bells, whatever, could not get hold of any answer related to the buzzers to find out exactly how many people live in there, nor could we track down the people that owned that property. And our concern was how many of these were illegally subletting also the space they've got where they may or may not be a contract, and then again subbing out to other people. So it was such an unknown factor of exactly how many people will be crowded into these quite often appalling conditions. And I doubt 20 years later it's changed that much. So it is, when you hear other councillors saying, oh, we are concerned about how many people really, it resonates with me because of that experience that I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The one thing I want to add as well is we normally say there's sort of like a 10% threshold on change of use. If Luella, if we go by what Councillor Luella Prenter said, I think she said there was 104 properties and 14 changes of use. So if my maths is right, that's actually 14.5 per 6, which is well over the 10% of change of use. And the whole point of having that is because it changes the identity and the character of the area. So that's already over the limit on this road. Any other member? Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Just one final question. You've got 2 current HMO applications. If there was then 2 of the 3 applications that have been approved and we were looking at this after the other applications, would the recommendation be different for over density?
I think in terms of what you've got before you tonight is the 63 and 65 sort of applications. You've got this on the agenda and then the next item. We're comfortable that those 2 together wouldn't amount to an over-concentration. Obviously, dependent on the decisions, it might be that there's 1 additional HMO in the road, 2 additional HMOs, or no additional HMOs, depending on the decision of members tonight. That would have a bearing on the consideration of the future applications at 73 and 75, or 71 and 73, I think. And that would be given consideration. So it might change the balance, but obviously that a lot of that depends on the decisions tonight. I think in terms of what I would ask members to concentrate on is essentially the 2 that are on the agenda rather than what may come in the future. And I think that was one of the points that Councillor Prenter was making, is that I think she was looking at essentially the four properties with current HMOs applications in, and counting all of those, as well as obviously the flats, which, as I say, I think as we've said before, flats are C3 uses. Some of the flats are sort of are purpose-built flats, so they haven't been converted from family housing as such. So, yeah.
Okay, so there's 10, isn't there? Hold on. So it's going up to 10.4 then, if you don't count the purpose-built, what used to be the pub, that one and them 3. If you count just the ones that have been converted, the percentage is 10.4. So then to convert this, it'd go even more. And there could be HMOs in that road that we don't even know about as well. So the percentage could be a lot higher. So any other member? No, so I would, because there's already a lot of change of uses in this road, change of use, I would be voting against it because I think it's reached its limit. There's been a lot of loss of family homes on this road already. So now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. Recommendation of officers of the Planning Committee on 63 Copenhagen Road, Gillingham. Approval with conditions 1 to 7 as set out in the report. I so move.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the officer's recommendation for approval.
Sorry, Councillor Barrett, you're now unable to vote as you left while the discussion was happening. Councillor Barrett, thank you. Yeah. Right. That's 7, Chair.
Those against?
That's 6, Chair.
The application is therefore approved. So now we go on to the next planning application, which is agenda item 10, 65 Copenhagen Road. I'm just going to go, before we go on to this, just going over Peter Hockney, Service Manager.
Thank you. Just before the presentation, I think on the papers on this application, the applicant is listed as Miss Purdy Duncan. She is actually the agent for the application rather than the applicant. So just a matter of clarification in that regard, as members know, approvals of planning permission don't go to the person in any case and run with the land, but just for clarification on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. So now go over to Errol Nichols, who is going to be presenting the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. Can I draw members' attention to the supplementary agenda in relation to the land use assessment as of Jackie's application? This application seeks retrospective planning permission from the conversion of an existing C3 house to a C4 5-bed, 5-person HMO. And the application is being brought to committee as a result of it falling within an area covered under the Article 4 direction in relation to HMOs. This slideshow shows the site location, the site outlined in red. As Jackie has outlined, this is the neighbouring property. And this slide shows the application site in relation to its wider context. In regards to the surrounding development, the surrounding built form is predominantly 2- and 3-storey dwellings with a recently constructed block of flats to the west on the former Beacon Court site. Here we can see the property viewed from Copenhagen Road. And here we can see some images of the internal works that have been undertaken in line with the previously granted Article 4. Here we can see the previously approved elevations. Here we can see the previous elevations and sections for it as a 3-bedroom house. And here are the floor plans. And here we can see the previously approved elevations and sections and floor plans as a 6-bedroom HMO, which were approved but not fully implemented prior to the adoption of Article 4. Here we can see the elevations and the sections, which include the construction previously approved, the L-shaped dormer and roof lights. And here are the floor plans as a 5-bedroom HMO. In regards to the proposed floor plans, it's considered that all bedrooms would be served by an adequate degree of natural light and afforded suitable outlook, with the remaining communal space comprising of a 7.2-metre living dining room and a 10-metre communal kitchen, both on the ground floor, which would be shared amongst a total of 5 individuals, and the kitchen area is considered suitable as a general functional space for cooking and washing of clothes, while the living room is considered of a suitable size for the proposed number of residents, and the proposals are considered to comply with policy T8 of the Reg 22 local plan. Here we can see the proposed cycle store, which is considered acceptable, and a condition is included to secure this. And here we can see the HMO map with all those marked within a 500-metre radius. And here is the land use map, similar to Jackie's one. Just in different colours, yes, apologies. It is considered that the proposed HMO would provide a good level, or does provide a good level of occupier amenity, and would meet the requirements of the adopted and the Reg 22 local plan, and as such is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go over to Ward Member Councillor Luella Prenza, who has 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again, members, for allowing me to speak. Again, I'm going to speak against this application, which has been recommended for approval by officers, even though there is now one that's been approved next door, as well as 2 doors away, an application for a further 2 HMOs, all of which have already had works completed on them in a cynical way, really underestimating this committee and its value, in my opinion. Copenhagen Road is 104 terrace properties, as we've heard. The 14 converted into flats. I did mention it at the last application, but that block on the left is actually not one property of purple. It's 4 separate flats altogether. So the only purpose-built flats are what was the Beacon Court pub. Members should note the supplementary addenda, again, identifies the 2 existing HMOs. I've already told you once that I've had correspondence from private sector housing indicating they suspect a further 3 in the road are already operating without permission. Only with licensing will we be able to identify those. You have just approved the HMO next door to this property, and it is the second of 4 applications in this 28-metre stretch. So imagine that, 28 metres, potentially however many residents they are crammed in together on that street, which is already overly congested. So in practical terms, with that short section of the road, an approved HMO next door, this proposed HMO, an existing flat next door to this, and then 1 single family trying to live amongst all of this, and a further 2 6-bedroom HMOs on the other side. This represents an extremely high concentration of separate households living within a confined area. And you may have heard, oh, it's going to be full of professionals living there. Or you may, as Councillor Joy mentioned earlier, think there are people in need of supported help. Regardless of who's living there or how nicely they are decorated, that's still an extremely large number of people living in close proximity to each other. So is that really what we want for our residents? While each application should be considered on its own merits, the cumulative impact on the character of the road and the living conditions of existing residents as well as those in these properties simply cannot be ignored. To approve this application would be detrimental to the residents living there. Members are aware, as I've already mentioned, the fly tip in the list remains significant issues throughout Drillingham South, and again I acknowledge the applicant has proposed the use of an internal contractor, although what that means, someone who works for the business, I'm not sure, to manage bin presentation, but it should be clear that they must be out before 7 a.m. and the responsibility should be on the agent or the owner of this property to make sure they are not littering our streets, only to be paid for by the taxpayer. I'll therefore ask, should permission be granted, that that arrangement is made through a robust planning condition. I've mentioned before about the waste coming out regularly from HMOs, too late for collection, litter in our streets. I've mentioned that the parking management plan doesn't really, it talks about provision, but it doesn't really robustly prevent excessive numbers of visitor parking permits or resident permits. So again, that's not robust enough. Oh, I've lost my thought here. Yes, okay. So one thing that I got cut off about earlier on that I was trying to mention before my time ran out is concerning policy T8 of the emerging local plan and how this needs to be strengthened to define the criteria with which the over-concentration can be measured. Like you've just heard, the ridiculously huge number of HMOs all in these terrace roads all close to each other. The concentrations will just continue to go incrementally if you keep approving with these applications for HMO without proper criteria to which to measure over concentration. So this is another family home that's been cynically converted already before planning permission's been granted to a HMO. And as I've said earlier, there are 747 households on our waiting list today seeking a 3-bedroom property just like this one. Now, I would urge members to respectfully refuse this application, taking into consideration you have just approved one right next door to this property. And the adjoining HMO now conflicts with the intentions of, although the emerging local plan talks about policy T8, we still have policy H7 of the old one, which says they should not be next door to each other. And it's eroding the supply of family homes in our area. So I ask you to refuse the application.
Thank you, Councillor Llewellyn-Prenter. So now go over to members. Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. Looking through the picture you were sent, where it says on the lawful development certificate that works were done in line with that, which were totally lawful. Looking at it, you've got 4 bedrooms done, but this is a 5-bedroom house. So we're just taking at the moment, the only thing that hasn't been done was the 5th bedroom when it all changed over to the new Article 4. Can you please confirm that, please?
Yeah, so the lawful development certificate was for a 6-bed, 6-person HMO. So the works for that were undertaken. As I set out, this is a retrospective application. So the works to convert it to a 6-bed, 6-person, as you can see here, were undertaken. And at this point, the Article 4 was brought into force. Another application was made to basically lawfully make it as an existing use. At this point, the property had been, obviously all the works had been undertaken here to a 6-bed, 6-person with the rear bedroom to the rear, which is now proposed to be the communal living room off of the communal kitchen, was not occupied at that point.
So from the lawful development certificate, they've actually reduced by one bedroom.
Apologies, yes, that is correct. Yeah, they reduced it by 1 bedroom in order to meet the policy TA of the draft local plan, or the 22 local plan, which requires larger communal spaces.
Thank you. Councillor Peake, did you indicate?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, sorry, this is annoying because I'm trying to find what I'm sure I read earlier, that there's this very bold statement saying there is not an over concentration of HMOs to do with this application. I can't find it now, but I'm sure it's there. I personally would put a lot, and I know no disrespect, because obviously you've got a formula that you follow. I personally would put a lot more emphasis on the personal knowledge, first-hand knowledge of the local ward councillor, where it states there are HMOs already there, but we've disapproved one. So what would be the argument for not approving this one? Is there a now, it's right that they are separate applications, because they literally are, but is there now an issue that we now have a precedent that next door has now been approved when it comes to our ability to refuse this application, please?
Yeah, do you want to come in, Pete?
Thank you, Chair. I think the key point is we were obviously these were 2 separate applications, but as members will see, they're sort of consecutive numbers. We considered them essentially along the same time scale. So we were considering them, we see, on their own merits, but also with sort of one mind of saying, well, okay, if we take them both to planning committee at the same time, would we be recommending them both for approval? And we've considered that in terms of the impact of both of those being approved, and we consider that would be acceptable. I think we decided that it was better to hear them both at the same committee, obviously to give members fullest information. I think, as was discussed previously about the HMOs at a few doors down at 70, 71 and 73, those assessments have yet to be undertaken, so that members' decisions tonight on these 2 will then feed into the considerations of those applications ready for the recommendations, which obviously it will come to members in terms of a decision at any point, at some point in the future. But I think in terms of this application, we're comfortable that this property, along with the one that literally members just approved, would be acceptable in the area. I think in terms of a precedent, and I'm sure my legal advisor will agree, but there is no argument of a legal precedent within planning. It is all applications considered on their own merits. But obviously what members need to consider is consistent decision making. If they were to come to a different decision to the one a few minutes ago, they would have to articulate that very carefully, I think. I'd just like to address the point that I think one of the points that was made by the ward member in terms of the work that was undertaken, I think before planning permission was applied for. And I think in this case, obviously, they did go through the route of getting a lawful development certificate, not only for the extensions, but also for the use. And therefore, they started to implement that lawful development certificate. Because they didn't complete the work before the date that the Article 4s were designated, that's why they need to now apply for planning permission. So obviously I think in this case, they did everything right. They applied for the lawful development certificate, started the works following the approval, and then obviously whilst they were doing the fit out that you can see from these photographs that are on the slides, the Article 4 was designated, and therefore the use needed planning permission. As a result of that, it gave us control on that use, and as Mr. Nichols and Councillor Joy have noticed and noted within the debate, that enabled us to have that control and reduce the number of occupants from 6, which they would have previously been able to do without planning permission, down to 5, to increase the size of the bedrooms and increase the communal areas as well. So we've secured a better standard of accommodation than would have been delivered through the lawful development certificate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm struggling with this one a lot. So we approve one next door, and the H7 rule states that you cannot approve HMO if there is already one next door. Is that correct?
Thank you. In terms of the criteria of H7 in that regard, what you're looking at is a policy that was designed around the larger HMOs, and a policy, so you're looking at 7, 8, 9 person HMOs. That's what this policy was created for, not the 5-person HMOs. So I think that's why we're looking at it slightly differently, because the age of the policy and the fact that the policy was created to deal with a much greater intensity of living in terms of those larger HMOs than we are now essentially trying to retrofit the policy to what we are now considering, which I think is why we're looking increasingly more at T8 as that evolves, really. And I think in terms of what a number of members have said in terms of and I think it was Councillor Prenter in her speech was talking about additional clarity and sort of standards within policy T8. And I think that will be something that through the local plan examination And if you have a look at the matters, issues and questions that have been asked by the inspectors, there are questions on that policy in terms of the clarity aspect. So we're looking at that in response to the inspector, but also we're looking at creating a guidance note to sit alongside that policy going forward, and works being undertaken on that in conjunction with colleagues in housing to essentially sit alongside their licensing requirements as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Or did you want to come back?
Yes, I did want to come back. Just revisiting my point from the previous, basically how do we identify HMOs in the area and like assisted living? Couple of points here. Can we use, I think assisted living premises, they need to be registered with Ofsted now. Can we use their data to identify that?
I think, and as I say, it's not the planning legislation, so obviously I'm not an expert in that, but my understanding is that the care facilities that are C2 care uses need to be registered by Ofsted. They also need planning permission, so we would have a record of those. In terms of other care provision, then I'm not aware as to whether they need to be registered or not through Ofsted. And in any case, I don't think that we would be able to share their data because it's personal data. Thank you.
Okay, and final one. It's a bit strange suggestion, but maybe we can ask residents to report HMOs next to them. Because if you live next to an HMO, you're gonna know that you live next to an HMO, and we can maybe identify HMOs that way.
Yeah, I think in that regard, and I know that a number of members throughout their canvassing that they're doing at the moment are talking to residents. As a result of those discussions and through workshops that they're having, we are having reports of HMOs. Some of those reports are sort of well-founded and they are HMOs, so which some have been HMOs for a long time and therefore predate the Article 4. Some are not HMOs. They're just rented family accommodation with a sort of normal family that are living in it. But every report that we get, we do investigate and go and knock on the door, find out who's there. So if that is something, as I say, that, and I know I've spoken to a number of members, and members have put those reports through, and we're able to investigate those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Gilbourne.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick question to the officer. Within the map showing all the subdivided flats, which seem quite a lot on Copenhagen Road, do you have any information about how many occupants are in the flat approximately? I just assume if they're subdivided into 2 flats, there's 1 or 2 people living in each flat. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So obviously, as Pete said, we use a very different kind of ways to find them, predominantly looking through planning history. So some of the ones that are obviously we found from our planning history, we could identify them from there with their 1 or 2. I don't have those statistics on me right now. And then the other ones are found through going through council tax records for every property on the street.
Any other member? No. Okay, so as I said for the last application, to me there's too much change of use going on in this road already, that it has reached its limit. And not only that, with the extra people, so where we've got the purpose-built flat, all of the extra traffic that brings and parking, stress on parking, and the same with the one where the pub's been converted as well. It is really at parking pressure here. It's a one-way street as well, so that also gives you other concerns that when you get delivery drivers and things like that, they're going to be stopping in the middle of the road, causing congestion. But to me, there's too many changes of use to these family homes. I'll now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. 65 Copenhagen Road, Gillingham. Move the officer's recommendation for approval with conditions 1 to 6 as set out in the report. I so move. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Thank you. Right, those for the application for approval?
That's 7, Chair.
Those against?
That's 7, Chair.
7. Did someone?
Councillor Nistelroof's not voted.
That's a bit I hate then, where it leaves it down to my decision. So the application is therefore not approved. So now we need to get discussions for refusal. So does anyone have any reasons for refusal? See, for me, it's the change of use, like the one on Kingswood Road, where there's too many changes of uses in a road and loss of a family home. Has the SAMs been paid?
Yeah, the SAMS mitigation fee has been paid. As I said, the application is retrospective well, and the property is currently occupied.
Oh,
That's
yeah, of
5.
course, it's retrospective, yeah. Okay, so with that, especially with that HMO just being approved, is that a valid reason for refusal, that it's too many changes in the street, loss of family homes?
As I say, I think from our point of view, I think that would be a very weak reason for refusal, because I think what members are doing is they're considering the application that is not yet before you in terms of the 73 and 75, or 71 and 73.
So I didn't quite get that one. Oh, no, not these two, but there's these were all family homes.
Yeah, but in terms of the HMOs, and I think, as I said earlier, your members are sort of looking at C3 uses and deciding that those C3 uses are different to other C3 uses. So you're distinguishing within the use class, which was not the case at Kingswood Road.
He did mention about the flats, the conversions
But he didn't
of
give
flats.
weight to that in the deliberation and the conclusion.
How about density? Is there a policy where you can't have two next to each other?
Well, as I say, I think you'd have to identify what the harm of that is.
It's the impact it has, isn't it, on traffic, noise in that one area? All the noise that I've spoken about earlier that HMOs bring, with the extra going to and from, that's going to be intensified now if there was two to be next to each other.
Well, that is the case, but this, I think, as we've explained, this application is retrospective. People are already living there, and we haven't had complaints about the noise or the refuse or the parking as a result. We haven't even had objections to the application.
So, but with that one next door, there could be noise, and then having more noise from an HMO next door could push it over the top, couldn't it? That might be burial coming from one, but if you've got two HMOs, that's when it becomes unbearable.
Potentially, but as I say, you've got the advantage of this application is you've got people living in there at the moment.
So you're saying there's no reasons for refusal?
I would struggle, and I think, as I say, it was. I point back to Councillor Peake earlier about consistency of decision making, and members do not seem to be making consistent decisions.
Well, to me, I was against the previous application anyway, and I'm still against it now because I feel that it's reached its limit in the street of losing family homes. And now with that one just being approved, it's pushed it over the top even more. And it is just in the area. If you look in the whole area of how many there are, was it 86 HMOs in the area? So it is a concentration of it. So it can be along the loss of family housing, concentration in the area of HMOs. That is why we have the Article 4 in place to control these HMOs, to stop them taking up all the family homes.
I think what members need to articulate is why this one is worse than the one they considered 10 minutes ago.
Okay, is there any answers on that?
I'm not sure whether our legal officer has any advice that she can give planning committee.
Not really. I can't really add to what Pete's already said, really. I mean, each has got to be considered on its merits, but with the one next door just been approved, if you went to appeal, that would be highlighted by the appellants. And if we have not got a reason, we need to have a reason why this particular application tilts it over the balance of refusal rather than approval. What is it about this application?
Right, so members, I was against both of them. Yeah, Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't normally sit on this committee, but quite surprisingly, the last one I sat on had a very similar thing where we had to look at 2 HMO applications next door to each other. And Dave Harris was at that meeting, and I asked a question with regards to the first one got voted through. I said, so that's now been approved. Does that mean that we can now consider that? And he said, well, no, because it's not been built. So giving approval and actually becoming a HMO are 2 separate things. And he said that you've got to look at them as though they're coming up individually. So I know on the other one we have voted for it, and I would feel it would be a reasonable argument, but from our head of planning, as previously said at one of these meetings, that we cannot consider it a HMO until it is actually built as a HMO. So the other one is irrelevant as a HMO because we've approved it because it's not been built. And that was the advice from head of planning when I was last at one of these committees.
Right, thank you, Councillor Joy. Oh, your microphone.
Sorry, I thought I'd put my thing on. Sorry about that. Just to clarify, it's not that it's irrelevant, the previous decision. There has to be consistency in decision making. So we had you've made a decision about the one next door, and so in order to refuse this one and make a different decision on that one, you need to articulate what it is about this planning application, irrelevant, regardless of what you did. It kind of like, it's not just because you've approved one, you've got to approve the other, but it's got to be what is different about this planning application that you would refuse it, bearing in mind you've just approved the same application next door. So what is it about this application in planning terms that it should be refused, whereas that one was approved? It's very nuanced, but it's not. So you've got to. I hope I've articulated that right.
So members, yeah, Councillor Peake.
I can't be helpful as it's reflecting on the need to have consistent, logical thought processes, because we are being told that The fact that we have just approved the one next door, it's not enough to say, oh, now, right now is now that we've got to the limit and therefore you cannot support the next one. That's not good enough. What your advice is that need for consistent, logical thought process. We've got to find something that is different about 65 to number 63 to justify turning it down. And I've got no idea what the answer to that is. So.
Oh, yeah, sorry, do you want to come in, Aaron?
Hi, sorry, I thought I'd just come back in. So just a brief kind of overview of a few of the comments we've had. So obviously the application sought the lawful development certificate for a 6-bed, 6-person HMO, and that was granted last year. So the works were undertaken, or the majority of the works were undertaken, but they were undertaken kind of prior to the Article 4, also that's been undertaken prior to the Article 4 being adoption. But as you'll see from the planning history, there was another application made which sought to make it an existing use, basically evidence that it was a lawful existing use. And at that point, we received evidence to show that it had been occupied by individuals for a certain period, but not enough to qualify for what we were looking for at that point, which is 3 months worth of rent, 3 months worth of deposits and all of those things. But it did evidence that there was already some use as a HMO being used, whether it didn't evidence that all 5 or 6 of the rooms are occupied, but it did evidence that some of them, but not enough to warrant our requirements to clarify that existing use. The applicant sought pre-application advice, and at that point was then we advised them what they would need to do in order to qualify to meet policy T8 of our Reg 22 local plan. And that's where the removal of one of the rooms from the rear to create those communal living rooms, which you saw in both mine and Jackie's. Jackie's application is basically a mirror image of my application, as they used the same planning agent for it. In regards to the parking thing, there is a parking management plan in place for it, which covers and will restrict any of the occupants from obtaining parking permits. There's also cycle provision in place for it. There's also a waste management thing in place where basically cleaners and the refuse is collected by a company. I know the property and the area quite well. I lived in Copenhagen Road for a number of years when I was younger. I regularly have been past the property probably around 5 times since then, as I have friends that live in the nearby area. At all the points I've walked by it, there is no refuse outside this property. It is one of the, it's been recently done up, so obviously it is one of the nicest looking properties in the street. Not that I'm saying any of the ones in the property aren't, but there is no waste, there is no rubbish outside of it. I just wanted to cover off those points. And obviously it is already occupied as a 5-bed, 5-person.
Yeah, the other problem though with this as well is it's not a CPZ, is it a controlled zone on Canterbury Street, which is at the end, so it causes more parking on that street, which was brought up for the one earlier. Yes, sorry, Councillor Jones.
I'm just wondering about finding a way out of this impasse that we seem to be in, Chair. We've decided that it isn't approved. We hadn't recorded enough votes to approve it. So there seems to be 2 options, either to refuse it or to defer it. Is there any case for deferring the application on the grounds of doing more research into these apparent unlicensed HMOs that have come up in the area, and to consider the application again next month?
Is that a possibility?
I think as Councillor Jones has sort of articulated very well in terms of trying to find a route through where we are now. There's the options are essentially an amendment to the original recommendation, if members consider that, I don't know, an additional condition or an amended condition would satisfy some concerns. There could be a deferral for officers to give further considerations to potential reasons for refusal, what in discussion with legal colleagues, and to bring back to further planning committee for members to consider, or indeed there is the other option is to find reasons for refusal tonight. I think that would be very difficult, listening to the debate that we've had tonight. So it might be that a deferral for exploration of potential reasons for refusal, or indeed further conditions. That could be what members decide to instruct officers to look through in terms of a vote.
Okay. Sorry, Aaron, did you indicate you wanted to come back? Or?
Well, it's just saying in regards to the conditions, it already has the parking management plan, it already has the cycle storage, it's already got the waste details, and as I said, it's already occupied by 5 individuals. It's already kind of existing. I'm not sure from a condition point of view what else we could include on it.
What other conditions? Could it be something that they can't, that it's always just got to be a 5-person one?
There's already a condition.
Oh,
Obviously, it's
already
5 bed,
conditioned.
5 person.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
if they wanted to increase, obviously they'd need to make another application, which they did previously, which is where they then sort of pre-app and we advised that 5 bed, 5 person would comply with the Reg 22 T8 plan.
Okay. Yeah. Did you want to come in, Pete?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, 2 of those conditions require the submission of further details in terms of the refuse. And one thing that we could do, as I say, with the deferral is we could get that information from the applicant and bring that back to make sure that that satisfies members and make those compliance conditions rather than submission conditions. That's an option that would again alter the information in front of members.
Okay.
So that would be a
Councillor
deferral.
Hamilton.
Yeah, so I've just done a quick search on Land Registry, and it says there are 89 houses and 43 flats on the road, including the 2 HMOs. Now, to me, that sounds like it's overdevelopment. It's only 275 metres long, the road.
Yeah. So, members, what's the feeling? Would you like the application deferred, and then they come back with the waste management plan, and then we go from there?
Happy to move that, Chair, and come back with further details on the waste management plan and the parking management, to a future meeting or to the next meeting.
Okay, is that seconded? Right, those for the application to be deferred? Councillor Maritime, Councillor Hamilton, did you have your hands up? That's 8, Chair. Those against?
That's 7, Chair.
The application is therefore deferred. So now we move on to the next planning application, agenda item 11, which is 1 Blenheim Avenue. Madeleine Mead will be presenting this, so once she's ready, we'll go over to her.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application for change of use from dwelling house Class C3 to a 6-bed house multiple occupation Class C4 at 1 Blenheim Avenue in Chatham. Can I draw members' attention to the supplementary agenda, which amends the paragraphs of the 2024 MPPF with the 2026 MPPF policies. These have also been updated in the relevant recommended conditions, and there is the land use assessment. So this is the site outlined in red, and it's located within the urban area of Chatham and is within a 15-minute walk of Chatham High Street and train station. So the site is an end-of-terrace property located on the junction of Blenheim Avenue and Grosvenor Avenue. This shows the existing elevations and floor plans. The property is an existing 6-bedroom dwelling. These are the proposed elevations and floor layout plans. No alterations are proposed to the elevations of the property, and the accommodation proposes ground floor, hallway, 2 bedrooms with en-suites, large communal living area / kitchen and WC, First floor, 3 bedrooms with en suites, and second floor, 1 bedroom with en suite. This principal elevation of the building, it's proposed for refuse storage to be at the front, and a car parking space would be provided here. To the rear of the garden is an existing parking space and garage, and it's proposed for the garage to be used for cycle storage, and also there'll be the parking space retained. The rear garden will be used for shared amenity use. This map shows the site in yellow and other HMOs in red, and a radius of 500 metres as shown by the blue circle. This map shows the site in red, and the arrows show Blenheim Avenue and approximately 150 metre stretch of Grosvenor Avenue, given the site is a corner plot. The map shows a breakdown of uses found through checking planning history, council tax and a walk-in survey. In terms of non-C3 uses, there were no care homes, hostels or HMOs identified. This also accords with information in the evidence paper for the designation of the Article 4. Overall, it's considered there is not an over-concentration of HMOs within the vicinity of the site, and the HMO would provide a good level of shared amenity space, along with the bedrooms would meet the space standards requirements, and it's therefore recommended for approval as set out in the officer's report and supplementary agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go over to Ward Member Councillor Campbell, who has 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members and officers, I'm here today to make a representation against this application, which is for a 6-bed HMO at 1 Blenheim Avenue. Firstly, looking at the planning history for this property, alterations to the family home were applied for and approved in separate applications spread over several months to prepare it for a conversion to a HMO. I drove past the site this afternoon, and it has clearly been renovated and made ready to be used as a HMO on the presumption that the current application will be approved. This seems to be a stealth approach and bad faith use of the planning process. The committee must consider the precedents this sets and what it means for the planning authority of this council. Next, in spite of what the report from the planning officer states, there is a high density of HMOs in the area for all practical purposes. I count 10 HMOs on Boundary Road, Ordnance Terrace, Albany Terrace, Cranley Gardens, and Central Park Gardens. These streets are interlinked, and there is a community of residents who consider this area as a neighbourhood. Fort Pitt Ward was chosen for Article 4 direction for a reason, and it is important to remember that this area is impacted by and at risk from proliferation of HMOs. The highest concentration of HMOs at nearby Boundary Road, Albany Terrace, and Ordnance Street show the problems. The HMOs here have been a constant cause of fly tipping and inappropriate disposal of waste. In the 3 years of my tenure as ward councillor, there hasn't been a single time I have walked past these streets and not spotted fly tipping or waste issues. They are routinely raised by my civic-minded residents who care passionately for their neighbourhood and voluntarily organize litter picks and keep reporting fly tipping to the council. They're distressed by their neighbourhood turning into what they call HMO land. The council may request, review and approve refuse management plans, but the reality in all the areas in Medway with the proliferation of HMOs is that a large amount of waste is generated, which is not disposed of correctly or is left on the pavement outside of collection times. Blenheim Avenue is a residential area and several young families reside here. There is concern that a 6-bed HMO will be out of character, attracting transient people who won't be as motivated to engage or integrate with the community. There will no doubt be additional noise and disturbance with comings and goings of the residents and their visitors. Residents told me they want to feel safe and proud about their neighbourhood, and depending on who takes up residence, this may not be the case. The area is a CPZ. However, there are frequent instances where residents have complained about cars without permits being parked here. As such, the addition of 6 residents and their cars and those of their visitors increases the risk of this happening. The property is located on a corner, and large vehicles for delivery or other purposes will likely cause an obstruction. The front driveway is an awkward place for a car to pull in and out of and cause for a traffic hazard. I sincerely urge the committee to consider the bigger picture of this location and the impact of this conversion, not the limited view that the officer report paints. Thank you.
Thank you. So now go over to members. Any members? Councillor Nastoroff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I have a question about the size of the rooms, because to be honest, this presentation didn't, I couldn't see it at all. So can we get a bit more information about that? And I have another question.
So the shared living space is 45 square metres, and all the bedrooms exceed the requirements of the national space standards. I don't have the sizes to hand of each bedroom.
They are here. So bedroom 1 is 14 metres squared. Bedroom 2 is 14 metres squared. So it's 3, 4, 5 and 6. So they're all 14 metres squared. But I just have a question about bedroom 6. Has that got a sloping roof on it in the loft? Is that a loft conversion with a sloping roof?
Yep, bedroom 6 would have a sloping roof, but it's also got the dormer to the rear as well. So,
Okay.
yeah, that would be a larger portion of head height within the dormer.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Storff, did you want to come
So
back?
what is the size of bedroom 6 then? Because you have to remove the dormant part, which is less than 1.5 meters. So when we remove that, what is the size?
What, once we remove the slope?
Yeah, so because basically when it starts to drop, you can't, there's something, you can't count that as floor space when it's a certain.
It's only under 1.5 that you can't count it as floor space.
Yeah, so that's what his question is. If you take that out, what is the?
I understand that, but these are single person occupancy as well. So a 1 bedroom would be 7.5 square metres. If this is measuring 14, I would assume that the area that's usable would be over that.
Okay, well, it definitely will be, yeah. Yeah. So
my second question is, so we have 21 letters of representation, which is quite a lot for any application. Usually get 2, 3, 4, 5. And people are claiming that there are high numbers of HMOs in the area, contrary to the data we have here. If you ask me, I would believe residents more, because they live there and they are around that area every single day, than the data we have. Especially when you get 21 letters of representation, that's a lot for any application.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, so I just want to go, there's obviously, we're looking at 6 adults potentially here. You can see from the photos, I'd like the photos to be date stamped and time stamped from now on, because having driven quite regularly around Grosvenor Avenue, it is always full of cars parked on both sides. Blenheim Avenue is full of cars parked on both sides. And we're now asking for another potential 6 car spaces to be found on already congested roads, which are narrow, and it's an area with a lot of young children. So I have serious safety concerns about this proposal from that perspective as well. And there are 99 homes, family homes on this road. I don't see why why should an HMO creep into an area that's quite clearly a street that is full of families?
So my biggest problem with this as well was the parking, because earlier on today I looked on Google Earth, and if you zoom in, the parking's at capacity. Every car parking space was taken up. There was only gaps when where they've got off-road parking and there was a car parked on the drive. So that is my biggest concern with them being able to park on the road, because it's not in a CPZ, is it? So they can actually park on this road.
Correct. They can on this road, but they can't on Grosvenor Avenue.
Yes, that can actually have a bigger impact in the fact that they've got no choice but to park on that road. So they are taking valuable spaces up from the people living on that road. So that, I mean, we can't ask safety officer because he's gone, hasn't he, now, highways? Oh, yeah, sorry, Pete.
Yeah, I think I think whilst that's a consideration, I think the other thing to balance is obviously this application proposes 2 off-street car parking spaces to be provided within the frontage of the property. So, and obviously it is currently a 6-bedroom house. So there's I think there's elements to, I think, balance. I think in members' minds, obviously there is that parking pressure, but as I say, on the other hand, they're providing parking on site, which is, dare I say, a more unusual situation that members are considering this case, whereas usually it's there is no off-street parking. So.
Could it be that there's a condition put on there that they can't own a car? Is that enforceable? And that those 2 spaces are only left for visitors?
They have got a parking management plan within the submission, and that is to be conditioned under recommended condition 8 in terms of the recommendation.
Councillor Field?
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is a bit of a weird site, thank you, Chair. And this is a bit of a weird site because obviously Boundary Road is in a CPZ, but Blenheim Avenue isn't in a CPZ. So any parking management plan, how would that have an impact? Because if Blenheim Avenue is not in a CPZ, how the hell can you enforce a parking management plan in any way, shape, form?
Did anyone want to come back on that?
I think in terms of sort of running through the parking management plan that's submitted at the moment, and it's a regulation that they will seek to enforce through the tenancy agreement and through the property manager in terms of that aspect. As you say, they wouldn't be able to apply for a permit for the CPZ because they fall outside of that. And obviously they have got 2 spaces on their driveway. So yeah, it would be part of that management plan would then be the enforcing through the tenancy agreement.
Yeah, Dave, Councillor Field, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how enforceable that is in a tenancy agreement, and whether that really is going to be able to effectively manage the parking in that area, because, you know, somebody could have a visitor who has a car, you wouldn't be managing against that. There wouldn't be an ability to manage against somebody visiting the car, so then somebody might be able to claim that visitor's car is their car, or whatever, vice versa. So I'm just a little bit concerned that there isn't really an effective way to manage parking, to enforce a parking management plan in this area, because surely somebody just has a right to park on the public highway if it's not in a controlled parking zone, and how somebody can be forced to give details of cars or how that could be effectively enforced seems a bit of a moot point to me.
Councillor Joy, do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you. With regards to the parking, looking at the pictures, the property to the right-hand side, it's quite clearly it's got a drop curb, but the property in question, and that doesn't look to me that they've had a drop curb. So anyone can park across the front of that, and that takes out them 2 parking spaces they're put outside their property, because it doesn't look like they've done it all correctly. So can you just confirm on that, because that to me definitely doesn't look like a drop curb.
Yeah, so now we're promoting illegal parking.
It might be that they're applying to do the vehicular crossover, but it probably wouldn't require planning permission because I shouldn't think it's a classified road. They do, but not planning permission necessarily. So it could be that they're applying. I mean, it looks that the driveway is quite recent. So it might be that they're applying to our highway section for a drop curb.
What is it they need to apply for drop curb?
It's a licence from the Highways Department,
Right, okay.
and that's in order to drop the curb. They don't need the highway licence to undertake the hard standing within their own property because
Yeah.
that's permitted development.
Yeah, anyone can do that.
Exactly.
can't they?
It's only to undertake the drop curb. Now, obviously, they are either in the process of doing that or looking at that. And I think in terms of any, we have a standard informative that we attach to applications to ensure that proper process is followed. And we could do that on this application as well. Thank you.
So you can see it's just been done because it's all on the pavement anyway, can't you? The dirt and stuff, you know, yeah. But yes, sorry, Councillor Peake.
First of all, can I support Councillor Hamilton's desire that the pictures are dated? When you look at these pictures, it gives the impression traffic's not an issue, loads of space, what's the problem? The other point I was going to just say out loud, unlike other HMO applications where there is an application to increase the number of bedrooms, this one's already a 6-bed. There's just a change of use from family to HMO. So what would because even despite what's been said about there's a lack of parking and too much traffic, but what would our argument be if it was to refuse it when there isn't an increase in bedroom use? That's a concern I've got, and I'm sort of looking for help from that. Thank you.
I think that's a very valid concern in terms of that deliberation. It is a large property that exists at the moment with 6 bedrooms as laid out, and you're looking at a 6-bedroom property, albeit with unrelated people instead of a family house occupying those. If you've got a 6-bedroom property as a family dwelling, it's highly likely that there'll be a number of adults as part of that 6-bedroom occupancy. You may even find that there's more than 6 people in a 6-bedroom property as a family.
Okay, Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the application information pack that we have here and the schematic and stuff. It really doesn't give us any, like, we're supposed to make a decision based on facts. I don't see any facts here. And it really makes it harder for me to make this decision. It's just a picture of a house. There is no numbers. There is no... That's why so many questions. Is the curb dropped or not? There's 2 pictures and basically a drawing of a house. I would really like to see a floor plan properly with where it's gonna be the toilets, where it's gonna be the entrance, the kitchen, the living space, and everything like that. It doesn't show that here. It really doesn't, compared to any other application that we had before that.
So, Councillor Field.
Yeah, a little bit of a side point here. So just looking at these photos, looking at that hard standing, I want to channel the absent Councillor Galvin here and mention the point amongst hard standing and surface runoff. This looks to be very, very hard in terms of surface. If it is approved, can we put a condition in to actually make sure that it's made out of a semi-permeable material? I'm looking at the weather forecast for 9 hours' time when I'm trying to walk down to Strood Station, and let's be honest, that's looking horrific in terms of rainfall. So I just want to channel my inner Councillor Golding and just raise that issue. Thank you.
Any other member? So my concern with the, oh yeah, sorry, Councillor Gilbourne.
Just quickly, I mean, it is a difficult application because I know the area quite well when I used to live around there and walk down to Chatham Station, and that's why I think as an HMO, I can see why it would work really well for commuters from Chatham Station because it's just a short walk down Ordnance Street. But it has changed the character of the area by looking at that picture already. But as the planning officer said, you know, could be a 6-bedroom house for a family with a large family, and so that probably wouldn't change now with it just being redesignated as an HMO. So I'm just unsure, but on the basis that it meets the planning policy, I can't see a reason to refuse.
Yeah, my only concern is this parking thing. Like, the rooms are a good size for an HMO. I can't really see any other reason because when you look at the circle, I know there is a lot on Boundary Road and things like that, but not on that one. There's nothing really where that property is, but it is just literally the parking and how that's going to be managed. So yeah, how is the parking going to be managed? Because by not being able to get a permit isn't managing the parking because it's not a permanent area, a permit road. Do you see what I mean? Is there anything else that can be done to manage it? Right, any other member? No, so now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. 1 Blenheim Avenue, Chatham. The recommendation from officers is approval with conditions 1 to 8 as set out in the report. And can we ask the Development Services Manager to consider an informative on the drop curve issues, including proper application and suitable materials? I so move.
Sorry, Councillor Field.
Yeah, I did ask whether we could have a condition around surface runoff and permeability of that parking surface.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think we could articulate a condition which requires either permeable surfacing or the installation of drainage within the site to ensure that there's no surface water runoff onto the public highway. So it would be an either or.
So add that condition in as well.
I will add the condition that the Service Manager, Development Services Manager just set out, and of course the informative on following proper process with the application for a drop curve. I move all that lot, Chair.
Okay. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the application?
That's 15, Chair.
Sorry?
That's 15.
Oh, was it? I just didn't think everyone had voted then. Didn't see that.
Well,
Yeah, no, okay, the application is therefore approved. So now we go on to the next application, which is agenda item 12, land at Long Hill Avenue. Hannah Gunner will be presenting this, so over to you, Hannah.
Good evening, Chair, and good evening, members. So this application is for the construction of 16 dwellings, along with new parking, landscaping, amenity space, SUDs and associated works at Long Hill Avenue in Gillingham. The red line area here shows the outline of the application site. A few things to point out is you can see the purple line running below. This actually is Chatham Hill. And then you've got the 2 tower blocks here known as Samuel Towers on the corner of Long Hill Road as you turn into the application site. That's slightly clearer, so you can see that Samuel Towers in this area actually sits within ownership but doesn't form part of the application site. This aerial photo just shows that in a bit more detail. So you can see the 2 tower blocks here, you can see Chatham Hill here. And to note on this, we'll go into it in a couple more slides, but this area of the site down here, which is an area that has calcareous grassland on it. That will come a bit more details as we go forward. Some photographs of the site. So these are all taken within the site. This first photograph here shows the lower end of the existing car park, which is currently unused. And then photograph 2 here is just taken from further back nearer the towers, looking down towards the car parking area. And we've got, I think this one here just shows the grasslands. So you can see on the photographs, this is taken from the bottom of the site looking back up towards the grassland. So Chatham Hill on the left, and the properties on Long Hill Avenue at the back on the right there. These ones here, what we've got is this photograph here shows the sort of site where the majority of the housing will be located. And again, here, this is just an overgrown area that sort of sits within this area, which when visited by the case officer was actually location where rough sleepers were actually found. And then we've got this third photograph here. You can see the flat towers here, and you can just see that this is the sort of the lower end of the site looking at these photographs where there's some housing. So these pictures here are all taken from Chatham Hill. So photograph 1 is the sort of southernmost end of the site. So what you'll see here is that there's sort of less shrubbery here. This is due to the fact that this is the calcareous grassland. So it's actually the most exposed element of the bank. And then we can see this picture here at number 2. Again, you can see the calcareous grasslands here, but the rest of this bank here is where the shrubbery is grown, is sort of this upper end of the site. And picture 3 again, just taken Chatham Hill. So you can see the main shrubbery area, and then this end here is sort of the most southern end of the site where the calcareous grasslands are. So in terms of the designations of this site, so in the 2003 local plan, you can see here that this was an alley, and this area was set as a site for nature conservation due to the calcareous grasslands on site. But in terms of the dating of this, just so that you can be aware, Long Hill Avenue comes along and stops. There is no Samuel Towers here. There is no roadway coming down and car park. So in terms of the 2003 local plan, obviously that is particularly out of date. And then we go forward on the right-hand side here, looking at the emerging local plan. So the site is actually now designated for up to 45 dwellings. It does include the Towers site. And as you'll see, this is no longer a site for nature conservation and is no longer a designated alley with the emerging local plan. Right, so you're going to have to bear with me from this. So I think I've skipped a... No, something's moved. Okay, so there's a number of iterations of application on this site. As you can see, the original submission was back in 2022 and was for 24 houses. So these were all 3-storey properties, as you can see from this lowest part of the plan here, and they also taking up quite a significant part of the site. It included the area that is grassland currently, and this was considered to be quite cramped, quite dominant, quite parking dominant as well, because you can see all of the parking spaces here, very uniform and generally unacceptable. This is the one I thought was before. So in terms of the grasslands, just to explain in a bit more detail, the grasslands that were being removed as part of the initial submission included, so this area circled here is the calcareous grasslands. They are found on chalky slopes. You can see here the orange area is the main bit that is to be retained. So as part of that scheme, you'll see here that this is again still the 2022 submission in January. So these areas of green show the retained grasslands and some of the removed shrubbery and stuff, or the retained shrubbery and trees, and then removed shrubbery and trees is in this red area here. So in terms of planting on that bank from Chatham Hill, a lot of this remains actually the same as we go forward into the more recent iterations. This area obviously will still remain removed as well. In terms of the visuals of this initial scheme and how this would look, this visual was submitted showing the 3-storey properties, how they would appear on Chatham Hill, slightly better image of how they would appear. And then I would say you can see them, but there's sitting in here and you can see them sitting on the top of this ridgeline here. As I said, this was considered to be too dominant within the street scenes, but also too uniform and overdevelopment with dominant parking. So the second iteration that we got through was still for 24 homes. However, these have been reduced to 2-storey at this point. They managed to change the parking arrangement, so they broke some of the parking up and they moved to 2 semi-detached properties on this side of the road. However, it still removes the calcareous grassland and the sort of green space or open space proposals on the southern side of the scheme weren't considered to be acceptable. They did revise the visuals for the 2-storey development. So what you can see on this top left, which I think is quite useful, so you can see the houses on Longfield sitting there, and you can see how the 2-storey houses now sit below those in visual terms. You can see that they're a lot less dominant on Chatham Hill, and you can see them in sort of a much wider view. And again, you can see how they sit below the existing houses on Long Hill. So a third iteration came forward, which removed a couple of the units down to 22 units. And again, what they've started to do here is stagger some of the housing, make it a little less regimented. It still is over the calcareous grassland, and that remained one of the bigger issues in relation to this application. But what you can see here as well is that they did ramp up some of the landscaping proposals in terms of a screening buffer in front of the units. They did amend these visuals, I mean, not significantly, but you can see with the landscaping buffer in here, it becomes a lot less dominant on Chatham Hill, but the wider views, you can still see it in context. So this is a 2025 amendment that came in, which now reduces it down to 16 houses, which is the same number as the scheme that's ahead of you now. So what we have here is we have properties on both sides of the road. The area that has the calcareous grasslands is actually now undeveloped, so that is now retained. And what we've got here is car parking. This car parking on this side is actually for the tower blocks, and then we've got the parking for the proposal spread out within here. I just want to, so this dotted line running along here is just indicating an easement that they've sort of been unable to develop on. But in terms of this coming forward to the scheme under consideration today, it is very similar. However, there's been some alterations to the retaining wall to allow for a better screening planting between Chatham Hill. So in terms of the final application, that circled area shows where the retaining wall has been changed to allow for better screening on the sloped area. This shows the calcareous grasslands and where they sit, and it's slightly better in terms of, you can see the housing layout. So we've got 5 houses on this side of the road, with these units 4 and 5 being sort of, I say cliff edge, that's how they're referred to, but they're on the slope bank, the slope of the bank. And then these properties, which are 6 through to 16, have been sort of set back slightly, and we've got the parking that's been broken up slightly. And again, you can see the parking for the tower here, towers here as well. Let's just see if there's anything more I want to point out. In terms of visitor parking here, what we have is 16 properties, 16 spaces for those properties with another 6 visitor spaces. And then on top of that, there is 24 parking spaces for the tower blocks. So this final scheme, as I say, allows for more planting on the lower slopes, helping to screen the development. There's more parking behind the building line, breaking the development up, much less regimented, and we do now secure this grassland. So in terms of planting on the banks, you can just see it at various points. They're showing where the parking sits in relation to the 2-storey houses, and this last one and this corner just shows the calcareous grassland section, obviously where nothing is growing because of the type of conditions that are there. So again, we've got housing layouts for these final scheme. The final scheme consists, they're all the same in terms of housing layout. We've got terrace and semi-detached properties, all of 3 bedrooms. They are modular homes. What you'll see in terms of the upstairs layout, if we look up here, what we have is 1 double bedroom at the front here and 2 single bedrooms. So they are 3-bed, 4-person homes. In terms of views, if you like, or visuals, they haven't updated because, as you can imagine, this scheme has been ongoing for a long time. But what the case officer's helpfully done is just where the houses have been removed to reduce the scheme down from 24 initially down to 16. It's where these red crosses, it's this end of the scheme where the properties are removed. So you can see that the visuals sort of carry forward effectively. I probably want to say here, in terms of what you can see on the far left here is the Great Lines. So in terms of the impact on the Great Lines, this has been considered to be less than substantial harm, especially given obviously the existing houses here and the flats. And then again, what we're looking at is a contrast between where we started off on this project with a very regimented, overdeveloped scheme and what we've got before us now, which is far more broken up, much better planting, the retention of the calcareous grasslands. In terms of rear garden spaces, most of the... Sorry, that sigh was just... It's been a long night. Rear gardens, most of the rear gardens, due to the changes in the layout, most of the rear gardens are compliant with housing standards. However, it is noted within the report that there's one particular unit, which is unit number 12, where there is a slightly smaller garden here, and this is not quite compliant. However, given that this is a better scheme overall, given that we've reduced the number of properties, given that we've better planting, retaining the calcareous grasslands, the balance has tipped in favour of this proposal. Obviously, as well, taking into consideration that going forward with the emerging local plan, this is an allocated site. So overall, this application has now been considered to be acceptable in relation to all of the matters and issues that have been addressed through the presentation. So when looking at the scheme in the planning balance, where the provision of housing is now on this site as allocated housing in the emerging local plan, it's considered to outweigh any demonstrable harm that this scheme may have. Therefore, in conjunction with the conditions as set out in the report and the Section 106 contributions, the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Apologies for the length of that, but I just wanted to get everything in.
You said about the smallest garden. How big is that garden?
So our standards require 7 metres in constrained sites, and I believe number 12 here measures just over 5. Number 13 is also small, but it is twice the width and has a wraparound as well at the side. So it's considered that number 13 actually complies. So number 12 is the only garden with the shortfall.
So it's about 2 metres short.
Just under.
Just under, okay, right. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. I know this site quite well as a member for the Old River War between 2003 and 2007. The issue that came up then, and I'm really appreciative of the presentation because it explains the the visual view, the planting, the heights of the buildings. I think all these are very important issues. I can remember the two towers as the officer described, and going up in the first place, and in that sense that battle is lost. That part of the lines is taken up with development. But I'm reassured by a lot of what the officer said. I just wanted clarification in terms of the importance of condition 3 on the construction and environmental management plan, because the issue that we had in that time period I mentioned within that spell on the council was that the residents of Mount Pleasant, which for colleagues who don't know is the rail track road on the left, rail track owned road on the left going up Chatham Hill, got showered with materials and bits of building dust and what have you while it was being built, the two tower blocks. So, you know, I just wanted to emphasise the importance to officers and any comment they might wish to make about having a robust construction environmental management plan in place for the development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Joy?
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the things, looking at the pictures, it looks like that road previously was parking for Samuel Towers, and they've put in 24 spaces to replace them. I was just a little bit concerned is that with the 16 spaces, it says on the proposal there's only 16 parking spaces and 6 visitor parking spaces. So that actually only gives an average of 1.375 for the 16 properties. I know it's an urban area, but we do know, regardless of whether it's urban or not, people will have cars, and I would it's even if we just got to 1.5, that's only an extra 2 parking spaces. We do know that most households nowadays have 2+, but obviously being in the urban area, you wouldn't push towards that. But I'm just a bit concerned that there's not enough parking space for them 16 houses.
Is there parking on Long Hill Avenue? Or is that, well, it might be permit actually being
I'm not sure on the Long Hill Avenue. I think the other thing to note is the service bay that's proposed as well, which I think on that drawing is just to the north of the 3 red trees. Not quite sure why they're red, but sure they won't be in real life. But yeah, so that provides, whilst not a car parking space, a space for deliveries to pull into Amazon and such like. The balance here, I think, as you'll appreciate, the scheme on the left on that slide in front of members at the moment was the sort of first or one of the earlier iterations, and obviously that had a significantly greater number of car parking spaces. Now, to my mind, that's a car dominant development that we should not be permitting in this sort of location. You lose all ability to provide landscaping and to either soften the development and also to enable the benefits of additional trees in terms of climate change, etc. So that's why we've taken the sort of balance that the provision of parking spaces in terms of ones available for each property. So none of them are car free, and we feel that strikes that correct balance for the location, which I think, as you alluded to, Councillor Joy, is the urban areas very close to areas of employment and also public transport nodes as well. So we think that the right balance has been struck here. Also, when you consider that it is obviously a site which is allocated for housing in the emerging plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? No. Okay, so now go over to Vice Chairperson, Councillor Jones.
Chair, thank you very much indeed. In terms of the application before us, Long Hill Avenue, land at Long Hill Avenue, Gillingham, I move approval with conditions 1 to 25 as set out in the report and the additional condition 26 as published in the supplementary agenda. I so move.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Those for officers' recommendation for approval?
That's 15, Chair.
The application is therefore approved. So now we go on to the last planning agenda item 13, which is planning application for Arith User Venture Centre. Madeline Mead, Principal Planner, will be presenting this application, so over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the demolition of the existing buildings and construction of 31 apartments within 2 blocks with associated access, parking and landscaping at the Arith User Venture Centre, Upnor. Can I draw members' attention to the supplementary agenda, which amends the paragraphs of the 2024 MPPF with those in the 2026 MPPF. These paragraphs have also been updated within the relevant recommended conditions. This is a site outlined in red and is located on the edge, but within the rural settlement of Upnor. An aerial view, so to the east of the site is public car park and boat yards. To the north is Tower Hill and Cockenwood Trepolis Eye, and to the south-southeast is residential, 2 public houses and commercial ordnance yard. So these are looking down towards the river. The site's on the left and Shaftesbury House is on the right. This is Upnor Road with Arith User on the right-hand side. And these just picture some of the buildings within the site. This is the front of the site facing onto the river, and you can see just here under the canopy, this is where the listed Arith User figurehead is. And again, this is the front of the building from Albion Place, and you've got the figurehead and canopy. These taken, this is the public car park, which is next door to the site, and some of the existing buildings. And then some more views of existing buildings from within the public car park. Sorry. This is a proposed view from the public footpath by Upnor Castle, and you can see the development is just here. And then this is a proposed massing as seen from St Mary's Island, Riverside Walk. So the development would be here. And then again, it's a proposed massing as seen from Chatham waterfront by the distillery, and the development is here. So this shows the existing buildings on the site and the surrounding buildings within the vicinity. And this shows the proposed location of the buildings and the existing spatial pattern of the buildings. This one's the proposed site layout, so it just shows the 2 blocks of flats with parking to the rear. These are existing and proposed sections of the front. So this is a riverside view. That's the existing building. And then this is from Upnor Road. And this actually shows some of the existing buildings, the outline of them. These are the proposed front elevations. The building closest to Upnor Road is 4 stories in height, and the other building, which is closest to the public car park, is 5 stories in height. These are the rear elevations. The smaller block would provide 14 flats, and the larger block would provide 17 flats, and would be a mix of 1 and 2 beds, with the top floors being 3 bedrooms. This is proposed side elevation. It's from the public car park view, and this is side elevation from Upnor Road. So the floor layout plans of the basement, first and second floor. Within the basement, it's proposed for 7 car parking spaces and 53 cycle spaces, and all of the flats would be provided with balconies. Proposed layout of second, third, fourth and roof. All apartments provided with balcony or terrace and green roofs to both of the blocks. Some CGI images, so this is Shaftesbury House and this would be the new proposed flat block. Some CGI rear elevations, front elevation with the figurehead, the arrow fused figurehead. Again, front, rear. And then another front view, which I think is meant to be taken from on the river. So it's considered that the layout and design of the apartment blocks are acceptable. All the apartments would exceed the requirements of the space standards, and with each flat would be provided with either a balcony or a terrace. 47 car parking spaces are proposed, and this is considered to provide sufficient parking to serve the development. A viability report has been submitted, and this shows that a viable scheme is one with no affordable housing and commuted sums totaling 265,000, and the breakdown of the contributions are shown within the committee report. Policy S4 of the 2026 MPPF also promotes approving developments within existing settlements where no adverse effects arise. The application is therefore recommended for approval as set out within the report and supplementary agenda, with a resolution to approve subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. So now go over to Ward Member Councillor Williams, who'll have 5 minutes to speak once he's ready.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for me allowing to speak tonight on behalf of local residents of Strood Hall, but in particular Upner, in relation to this application. I'm also speaking on behalf of Councillor Turpin. Let me be clear from the outset, we support the principle of redeveloping this vacant brownfield site. However, we strongly object to this iteration. It represents a clear case of overdevelopment that is completely out of step with the historic village of Upner. Our main concerns are in relation with the scale of the buildings in this site, the density of 31 units and the impact it will have on highways and the wide infrastructure and services, but also the unprecedented height of development, with it being 4- and 5-storey buildings in a low-rise historic rural settlement. Under policy BM1 of the Medway local plan and paragraph 135 of the MPPF, new development must be sympathetic to the local character. This design bears no architectural relation to the current housing and the river setting of Upner and nearby heritage assets. In addition to our concerns regarding development, we are not content with the 106 contributions, they are mostly do not benefit the immediate local area. While we appreciate some funds will be needed to allocate it further afield, schooling and healthcare, for example, there are examples where 106 could be spent within Upner. Finsbury Exeter Parish Council have written to the Planning Department with clear requests for this. The car park in Lower Upner has sadly been an area of antisocial behaviour since the closure of the Arethusa Centre. The Parish Council have been asking the Council to continue to lock the car park at night, as it used to be. But however, due to funding constraints, this request has been refused. Therefore, a sensible suggestion has been made to have an allocation to improve and refurbish the car park, install better lighting for public safety and security, funding for the ongoing and closing of the car park. In addition to this, due to the highway concerns, there will be requests for traffic calming in Lower Upner to help mitigate the increased traffic flow. Recently, we have an incident caused by speeding, and the air ambulance was in attendance. These are, of course, requests should you be deciding to approve this application tonight. but what we wish for are for these to be included in a future redesigned application. We are not anti-development. We want to see a scheme succeed here, but a lower density design, such as 2 and 3 bedroom storey cottages or townhouse, would easily deliver brownfield regeneration without destroying the scale and character of Upner Village. This current iteration goes too far. We respectfully ask the committee to refuse this application in its present form and ask the applicant to redesign the scheme to fit its surroundings. Thank you, Chair, Committee.
Thank you. I now go over to members. Any members? Councillor Field. Oh, can you turn your microphone off?
Hello, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Williams, for your contribution. It's a really interesting site. I actually had the pleasure of getting a boat past it last week, and actually, that area, that obviously the former pursuit centre is sticking out, and I do think that it is ripe for redevelopment. I actually quite like the designs, and I think it's fairly fitting for them, considering obviously we've got the opposite bank, we've got St Mary's Island again with quite contemporary design, and actually I think the design fits in well to a lot of the wooded backdrop of it. My one question though, looking at this, is around, obviously they've raised the issue of viability, and that only at this stage a sum of £260,000 and no on-site affordable housing. We went through a little bit of a phase where we had conditions where we reviewed the viability after 90% to then look to establish whether actually there should be some contribution to Section 106, or particularly payments for affordable housing potentially off-site. Is there I know recently we had to approve the removal of that condition in a site in Intra, but given the nature of this site, this feels a little bit, although it is a brownfield site, it feels a little bit less difficult than that particular site. So I'm just wondering whether we can consider that type of condition.
I think the difficulty with applying it on this site is sort of twofold. Firstly, in terms of the numbers of units, it's quite a low number overall, 31. So in terms of values in the future, you would need to have a significant uplift per unit in order to make a difference to the overall viability of the scheme. And secondly, because they're 2 blocks, then it's not like we can look at the development of a housing estate and then when they get to a certain percentage of them built, we'll review it again, because essentially they'll all be built at the same time, because they are in the sort of blocks of flats. So with that in mind, my inclination is that a developer, as a result, would not be able to get funding for the development if they were to have to, for example, build 1 3/4 blocks and then stop and then assess the viability before they were able to continue with those. That's why I think that's why we haven't included it within this recommendation. And I think, as you correctly said, we were in a position the other, I can't remember whether it was last committee or the one before, where we had to remove that clause because of the difficulty with getting a developer with sufficient funding to deliver the scheme. Thank you.
Just to go back on one of those points, could we do that after everything's built?
Again, I think it's in terms of the numbers that you're looking at, you would need to have a significant uplift in the projected values, which our own independent advisor hasn't recommended a clawback clause on this scheme, whereas he would normally do if he feels that there is a reasonable likelihood of values changing to a level to make a difference, essentially.
Councillor Croser is next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Williams, for his presentation. Chair, as normal, I want to talk about the Medway Estuary SPA. I note that there's a contribution in there to birdwise, and also note that there is a £10,854 contribution towards the mitigation measures to protect wintering birds and habitat. This development will undoubtedly, of all the developments I've heard in Medway, it's so close to the SPA that it undoubtedly will affect the SPA. And I wonder what the £10,000 is being spent on, and whether that's been shown to Natural England and RSPB and people like that.
So, who is next? Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just following on from Councillor Field's observations, I don't know whether there's any opportunities for grant funding on this site, but I'll just leave that thought there for the moment. Overall, my view was very similar to Councillor Field. I thought it looked an attractive development. We've spent all evening talking about family housing, and I almost said this under the last application. You know, here we have an opportunity for 3-bed flats, etc. Not all flats are single people; they can be families, and I think it will resolve a number of the problems of the empty site, as the ward member has indicated is prone to problems. So I think housing on this site is suitable, and in view of the lateness of the hour, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Croser.
Sorry, I didn't make myself clear that. That was a question I was asking the officer at the end of that garbled statement that I made about the £10,000. Can he assure us that that has been put forward to Natural England and RSPB and people like that? What has been the opinion of those people?
So we collect the tariff and we pass it on to Natural England, and then it's for them to do the mitigation measures. That's the SAMS mitigation. That's the SAMS mitigation contribution. Yeah. What? So. It is the burden. Yes. Yes.
Councillor Joy. Oh, sorry, Pete, did you want to come in?
Sorry, yes, just to clarify again, Councillor Croser, the Natural England were consulted on this proposal and directed us to their standing advice and didn't raise objections, which I think was the second part of your point. That's it. They pointed us to the standing advice, and the standing advice directed us to the SAMS payment.
Councillor Joy.
Thank you, Chair. I've been looking at some of the documents that come actually with this, and one of them stands out quite predominantly, and I don't think you covered it, is the Environment Agency and the flood risk assessment. And they're very staunch thing, not only on that, but also writing in to object to this development under them grounds, and stating that if we were to go ahead, that they would look to call it in to the Secretary of State due to the flood risk. My other concern, again, this one is definitely a rural setting, and with 40 parking spaces on 30 properties, I'm very concerned with the parking, and I'm pretty sure the bus service to up north is not as great as the bus service in Chatham, and most people living in there will be driving to and from that area. I don't see that many. I do know people like to go cycling because I've been cycling up there, but they're not going to be using that as a commutable way of getting from there because it's not that close to any of the stations.
Thank you. Is this the one where we had the HMO before? And
It's next door.
oh, I see. Okay.
Sorry, can I just come
Yeah,
back
of
on that?
course.
So it falls short of the parking standards by 1 car parking space. So apart from that, it provides sufficient amount of parking. The Environment Agency, so it says in my report, they have removed their objection to it, and then it talks about the sequential test and exception test and what's in the National Planning Policy Guidance.
So, you know, with regards to the height of it, is that taller than what's there now? Is there anything else in the area that's at that height? The 5-storey one, isn't it?
I don't know, I haven't measured everything
So
within
you
the
don't-
area. You've got the ordnance yard, I don't know how big they are.
I'm just thinking sometimes.
I mean, I suppose these show the massing, they're not rendered details, they're just showing it in block form, but they're not that much larger than what's showing the roof line for, I don't know if that is meant to be the Shaftesbury house or the dwellings behind it.
Right, any other member? Councillor Bowen, I'll go to you first and then to Councillor Gilbourne.
I just wanted to comment on what, I think that's a beautifully designed building and it blends in well with the trees surrounding it.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbourne.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I have fond memories of this place because my kids used to love going there when they were growing up, and it's just a shame that it's a loss of a community building, not just for Upner, but for the wider Medway, but also the whole of Kent, I think, in the way that busloads of kids used to turn up. I wish Shaftesbury House, where we did look at an HMO last year, and we turned the HMO down because it was too far out from the centre, but I wish Shaftesbury House could be demolished as well, and another block built on there, because it just stands out as odd that that building looks so ugly compared to the new stuff proposed behind it. But that's an aside. My question was, if this goes ahead and gets approved, does the officer know in terms of how long the developers would take to build it and when would they be planning to start?
Sorry, I don't have that information. And they would have quite a few conditions to discharge as well.
Okay, any other member? So my only concern is with the height, if it's not in keeping with the area and what other things are. Is there any way we can find out?
I think in terms of the height and the massing, I think when you look at it, and I think as Councillor Bowen was saying, that it sort of sits quite well in the landscape and adjacent to the river. We've also got we've had our conservation officer assess the application, see, because there are listed buildings, and she's satisfied that the building and the design approach and the scale is appropriate in terms of the impact on those listed buildings, one of which obviously being the figurehead, which is immediately adjacent to the site, and opening up that element around the figurehead as well provides some further heritage benefit. But she's comfortable with the design approach and the scale and massing, as are we as officers in terms of that consideration of design. Thank you.
And is it that high because of viability being on the brownfield site?
That would be certainly one of the considerations. I think if we were to, and I think if one were to expect, I don't know, a row of 4 terrace properties to go in there, the value just wouldn't be there to bring the site forward. So you've got to look at a certain quantum of development in order for these previously developed land sites to come forward and to be developed. And I mean, members have been looking at those sorts of sites over the years and are sort of well versed in making efficient use of the land, which is obviously encouraged through the MPPF and is essentially strengthened in the 2026 version as well.
Okay. Councillor Croser?
Just to be clear then, is it, because the picture I'm looking at, it looks as if it's 3-storey. How tall is it in terms of stories? And is it taller than the buildings on the opposite side of the river at St Mary's Island?
Madeline, did you want to come back on that?
Is it not possible to defer it to the next meeting so we can find out how tall it is? Because it does seem to be a point of objection.
I think it was 5 stories, wasn't it? Yeah, it's 5 stories.
5 and 4. 4 and 5.
Oh,
5-storey.
sorry, Councillor Williams, can you just turn that mic off? Not that one, the other one. We've got microphone issues and it all going on. Right.
Yes, so one's 4 stories and one's 5 stories.
I'm sorry, I'm very difficult of hearing. It's very...
One's 4-storey high and one's 5 stories in height. And so the one to the northeast of the site would have an overall height of approximately 16 metres, with the other one, which is the larger one, just got to find it.
So 5 stories is significantly
Oh no, that's the
higher.
large. Sorry, the larger one is 16 metres in height, and the smaller one is 13 metres.
5 is significantly higher than the buildings in Upnor, surely.
Didn't hear that. Sorry.
5 stories is significantly higher than the existing buildings in Upnor. 2 stories higher, perhaps.
So if you can see on this drawing, so this shows the existing buildings, the outline. So this is from Upnor Road. So it would be these two. So on one of the flat blocks, it'd be 1 story, and on the other flat block, it'd be 2 stories. And again, you can see the outline of the existing building.
So not 5-storey, you're saying there isn't a 5-storey?
This one is 5 stories.
So that is significantly higher than the buildings in Upnor. That's the point I'm making, yeah.
But it's bigger than what's existing.
Yeah.
But Pete, did you want to come in?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the point that Madeline's trying to clarify is that if you look at the existing building, which is shown on that drawing in the sort of ghosted outline, then the flat block on the left-hand side is a story higher than that, and the flat block on the right-hand side is 2 stories higher than that. And I think that's the point that was being made. Thank you.
So it's just saying that white bit is what's extra, like there. Oh, so I was looking at that one. Oh, right, yeah. Let's look at that bottom one then. Any other member? Nope. So it's a bit of a difficult one because it would have been better if it was lower, but I understand for viability it's got to be that height, and it's better to build on brownfield sites, and that will look better than what's there now. Like Councillor Joy, I was concerned about the parking because it didn't sound a lot, but as you explained, Madeleine, it is only 1 car parking space short, is that right? Yeah, so weighing it up, I think I will be voting for this application, but I now go over to Councillor Jones, Vice Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Arethusa Venture Centre, Upnor Road, Upnor, Rochester. The recommendation is approval subject to A, the applicants enter into a section 106 to secure the following, 1 to 13, little 1 to 13 as set out, and B, conditions 1 to 29 as set out and as refined by the supplementary agenda in terms of the NPPF, recent NPPF. I so move, Chair.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Those for the application?
That's 12, Chair.
Those against?
That's 2, Chair.
The application is therefore approved. Thank you. Right, thank you everyone. That's now the end of tonight's planning committee.